What we do here is go back.
Hello there, everybody. How the devil are we all? I'm very well. I thank you for asking. Why is the chat box not on? Make that happen. God damn it, OBS, you fucking piece of garbage. Yes, how are we all? I'm very well, I thank you for asking. Been frankly a rather boring Saturday for the Kev. Mostly cleaning the house and things. Fucking tedious. But I am here to make your life as boring. Yes. What a meme. Have you got a link? Oh shit, I'm not sure I do have a link. Oh shit. I don't think I do. But can you screenshot it? I'll put it full screen for you if you want, and you can screenshot it and use it from that. Because I don't think I have a link for it. Or I suppose I could post it on... Actually, you know what I'll do for you? Because I'm so technologically gifted, you understand? I'll post it in the memes section of the Discord. So if you go over to the Discord, you can see the fantastic Robert Jenrick being painted over in a fantastic act of revenge by Mickey Mouse. Meme. I need to upload a file. Not a pedophile. Yeah, that one. Is it going to process? There we go. By the way, when you go onto the actual thing, I'll just show you. Fuck it. Right. Hang on a minute. I hate the world and I want to die. I ain't got no iPhone. Anyway, I made it weird shaped so that it fits on the screen properly. Because it's got to avoid being completely covered by my face and then by the chat. So I had to sort of slightly elongate it by just making the sides wider. So that's why it's not in the middle. Because if we go back to that, boom, now it's in the middle. Now it makes sense. I'm glad I've explained that in far too much detail, really. Far more detail than was strictly necessary. But there we go. How are we all getting on? Are we well? Content warnings have to be adjusted. What does that mean? What are you talking about? You've got to adjust your tag settings, otherwise you will be banned from Twitch. There is a new tag within streaming. You're streaming contentious topics. What the fuck does that mean? How do I do that? What is it that I even fucking do? Kev, my family are breaking down. Please distract me. Oh shit! I'm sorry to hear that, Madcap. Hopefully that's not as serious as you make out, but I don't know. But I can try and distract you as best possible. Settings? Should we go settings? Stream. Permissions, although raids. No, that's not the one. Content? Community? Moderation? What do I do, chat? How do I get... What I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be even doing. Because I'm boomer as fuck. We've been through this, you all know. You all know. What do I do? Content warnings. Twitch came up with a new way of pleasing the advertisers, so now you have to select in the settings that this is a contentious social topics that you are streaming. Twitch now requires a warning label for politics and sensitive social issues, and it's going over exactly as you'd expect. Oh, so this is... Oh, fuck me. So because Ethan Klein is a cunt, everyone now has to, like, bow down to his fucking bullshit. Oh my word. What a fucking knob. Channel? Do I have to put... Would it be channel? Social links. No, it's not that. Stream. Always publish VODs. Yes. I don't know why that wasn't on. Permissions. Raids. That doesn't appear to be anything. Featured content. No. I don't know what you're trying to refer me to, but Okay, well I don't know. I mean, I'd like to not get like banned. That would be good. Ethan is a Mossad agent. Well, we don't know that, Thomas. I'm not sure you can make that judgment call. In all honesty. It wouldn't be massively surprising, but, like, we don't know. Intent classification. Check your tags and content settings. Right. Settings, moderation, streamer survey, affiliate, clips, collections. I genuinely don't say. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know how to change the thing. Let's have a look. Right. Communities. Hang on a minute. Right. Account settings. Would it be under that? No. No, it fucking wouldn't. Content tuning. Settings. Channels and videos. Notificate. Content preferences. No. Oh, that's just for me, isn't it? Okay. Connections. Nope. Notifications. Nope. Security, private channel and video. No. This is extremely, I'm sure, entertaining. But I would like to not be fucking destroyed on this website, so that would be nice. Content tuning. Let's see what that means. Welcome to the party, KF Logan. Choose some interests. Oh, right, suck my dick. Create a dashboard video producer. That's not going to be it, is it? Oh, fucking hell, man. I don't know how to change fucking tags and shit. If they want me to do a thing, why don't they just fucking email me telling me to do a thing? Look, if I need to label my stream as sensitive topics because Ethan Klein's a cunt, whatever, like, I can do that. That's not the end of the fucking world. But you do have to, like, tell me. Otherwise, how do I fucking know? I don't even... How did I do my tags the first time? I genuinely don't know. Auto mod rule sets. What? Block hyperlinks? No. Chat verification? No. Chat rules? Streamer survey. Well, my suggestion would be to stop being wankers, really. Just a thought. Streaming tools, extensions, safety center? Maybe? Would that be a thing that I need to do? What is this? Apologies, everybody, but like if they're going to start banning people for it, I don't want to be banned, I suppose. That's the problem here, really. If anyone's still watching this, I do have to ask how or why you are, really. It's very much on you, I think. Content classification. But where's that? Where is content classification? I literally don't see that as an option anywhere. Settings. There's literally no option anywhere on my fucking dashboard, and I mean literally anywhere, that says content classification. I've got content, and I click on that. No content classification at all. So I don't know what the fuck to do. Content. It's got content preferences. That's for what I don't want to see. Blur sexual themes apparently is a thing that I've got on my whatever. Notification, security and privacy. Nope. Subscription, transfer wallet settings. Well, that's just going to be the same fucking thing again, isn't it? So yeah, no, this is ridiculous. The new content package comes in the wake of an ugly month for streamers, blah, 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 blah. Twitch has quietly stopped email-verified sign-ups from Israel and Palestine more than a year prior. Like, I'm thinking, is there any point in me... Is there any point in me carrying on with this stream today? Or not? Hang on, edit.
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, content classification. There we go. Political. Oh, okay. It's on the fucking front page. Oh, okay. Yes, politics and sensitive social issues. Discussions or debates about politics or sensitive social issues such as elections, civic integrity, military conflict and civil rights in a polarising manner. Done. Fuck me. Ugh. Is JD Vance doing another drag party? I don't think so. Not to my knowledge, no. Apologies for that, everybody. Let's get this party started properly, shall we? And when I say party, I mean that entirely inappropriately, given the first thing I'm going to discuss. Thank you, Phenomenal Last with 30 months. Much love. Is Twitch censoring people? I don't think they're censoring people. I think this is mostly just them like covering their arse with advertisers. But you know, I don't want to get banned, so yeah. Did you hear the Epstein update? Well, I saw that the audio stuff had dropped. And it tells us stuff that basically anyone who wanted to hear it already kind of knew, that Donald Trump was massive friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Of course he was. He's a piece of fucking garbage. You know? More on him in a second. But kind of yes, because Kevin now has to have that fucking content tag, and it means he won't get any revenue, and will never be able to appear on the front page. Well, I was never going to appear on the front page anyway. And the advert money I got was like minuscule. Like 98% of my income is from donations and subscriptions. So like, I don't personally really lose anything from that. Like, it would have been nice to have one day been on the front page because it's the only way you ever get discovered, but I wasn't going to anyway, so it's not, you know, it's what's like the opposite of a Pyrrhic victory, I guess. No, that's not right. But anyway, you get the idea. Hopefully. Anyway, a genuinely sad story to kick off with, but a story that I felt was worth covering. Yesterday, you may have seen that I had a the opening emote, or the opening meme thing that I have as like a placeholder on the screen whilst I'm chatting to you at the start of the stream. Was of a woman holding a sign that said "Trump is a cunt." That person, it was a homage myself to a person who was very deeply sick and has been on end of life care for a while, called Janie Godley. And that was my kind of silent homage, if you will, to her work. She was a comedian and activist, political person who unfortunately died at the age of just 63, which is a fucking shame, and I will miss her. And like I say, she was famous, I suppose in some respects famous for this. Happier Times. When she went to Trump's golf course with that sign. And that, for me, is a truly legendary thing, which will outlive both her and I feel. And it deserves to. So, unironic RIPs in chat. For a genuinely good person who was lost. It would have been nice to see Trump lose on Tuesday. Although I suppose the one saving grace is if Trump does win on Tuesday, at least she wasn't alive to see it. So that's some very small silver lining in that, I guess. Yeah, R.I.P. to a legend. talking of legends, a legend cannot exist without an equal and opposite reaction, it feels. And unfortunately, we get on to the Tory party leadership contest. Which, yes, has been won by Kemi Bad Enoch. Purposeful mispronunciation. She has become the new Tory leader, new Conservative Party leader in the UK. She beat out Bobby J, Robert Jenrick, who, by the way, his wife stopping clapping too early and then realising and having to start clap again, just shows you what weird fucking robot NPC cunts these characters are. Anyway, regardless of all of that, she's been elected leader. So they've chosen arse cancer over bubonic plague as their leader, which is nice. And congratulations to Kemi Badenoch on becoming leader of the Conservative Party and overseeing their slide towards extremism, chaos and destruction. You will oversee at least a part, I imagine quite a brief part, of the Conservative Party, formerly the most successful political party in the entire world, their place in the dustbin of history. Go, girl. And on that point, by the way, Jesus fucking Christ, the Prime Minister of Britain is fucking shit. We know this, right? But, like, he really is awful. This is a man who has allowed racism in his party and indeed in British politics more widely, consistently. And yet he comes out with this shit today. Congratulations, Kemi Bad Enoch, on becoming the Conservative Party's new leader. The first black leader of a Westminster party is a proud moment for our country. I look forward to working with you and your party in the interest of the British people. She is the face of white supremacy. I know it seems weird to say, right? Because it's like, oh, she's a black woman. But she is literally that. She is the blackwashing of white supremacy. That's all that's taking place there. She is a black human shield hiding the latent racism of the Conservative Party. Literally, they are bankrolled by a guy who said that Diane Abbott, a black woman, made him hate all black women and want to see her murdered. This is not a victory for black people in any way whatsoever. This is where liberal identity politics gets you. It's ridiculous. She is literally the fucking useful idiot human shield for racism in this country. And yet he's saying this as if this is a good thing. Well, Bilderberg, what is he supposed to say? He can say congratulations. I think that's the legitimate thing to do. That's the courteous and professional thing to do, to say congratulations, Kemi Badenoch, on becoming Conservative leader. And he can even say the last bit, which I think is sort of wank, but whatever. Like, but you're supposed to pretend to be like bipartisan and all this shit, right? I look forward to working with you. But the fact that he's put in that ID poll bit smacks of liberal bullshit. That's what that is. And again, it just goes to show you, right? Here we go. James Cleverly, who was, of course, a candidate in the election and lost, lol, because he told his own voters to vote for Kemi Badenoch, thinking that he had a better chance of beating Robert Jenrick, but of course lost himself. Anyway, he says back in November, or sorry, a couple of days ago, indeed, Labour's constant obsession with identity politics doesn't actually translate into action. Conservatives recruit and reward on merit, and the result is plain to see. So he's anti-ID poll. Except, of course, when he has the opportunity to play ID poll. And then he's very id poll. Here you go, announced. Kemi Badenoch has been elected leader. James Cleverly says, male, pale and stale. Labour really do need to sort themselves out. Chat, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Every accusation a Conservative makes is a confession. Every one of them. Whether it's id poll is bad, when they are the first to use id poll when it suits them. Cancel culture is bad, and yet they will happily ban any book they can. They will ban different sexualities from existing. They will ban women from getting healthcare. They love all that shit. They don't hate cancel culture. They love cancel culture. They just want to be the ones doing the cancelling. They fucking love that shit. And of course, the best one, well, not the best one, but the most egregious one, I suppose, is their supposed hatred of pederasty and pedophilia when they're all at it. Just saying. You know. Anyway. So yes, Kemi Bad Enoch has won. And yeah, she won with, I think it was something like 56% of the vote. So it was a slightly narrower fight.
Morning, people.
Slightly narrower fight than, what's this, Femi. Oh, we can have some lib stuff. Let's go. Yes, it was a slightly narrower victory than some of the polling suggested, but it was clear. It was pretty clear. And like I say, the Conservative Party is just doomed now because she's a culture warrior freak. And consistently, across the Western world, culture warrior politics is good at getting you headlines. It's good at getting you social media clout and clicks and likes and shares and retweets. It doesn't get you fucking votes. It doesn't get you votes at the ballot box. Because where someone goes for a piss, or what this one teacher said a slightly racist thing in this one place, or I don't know, fucking wokarati university teachers. This doesn't affect people's lives. All of this shit does not impact the material conditions of human beings' existence. No one gives a fuck about that. Again, they'll really like and retweet it and all this shit, but when it comes down to it, they vote on economics. They vote on, say, crime and punishment. They vote on, to a degree, things like immigration, occasionally foreign policy, but it's like concrete, actual fucking things. Real substantive policy. Just going on about trans people doesn't win you any fucking votes. And yet she is the quintessential culture warrior. She is nothing but culture war. She is culture war packaged. And you can see that from the fact that J.K. Rowling tweeted this story out with a bit saying, my viewers are watching Rob Knorr. Oh no. Stop getting distracted. Right. J.K. Rowling, Queen of the Turfs, wizard bitch, tweeted this out with, my condolences go out to...
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
My condolences go out to what's his name? Doctor Who guy. Whose name? Why has that escaped me? He's one of the best actors of his fucking generation. Anyway, Scottish motherfucker. So she's picking. So they are deciding to pick a fight with Doctor Who now.
Because Kev got screwed by one of the most stupid things in the world this morning. The UK and US don't change the clocks for spring and fall on the same Sundays in the year, causing a change in time difference for a few weeks.
Indeed, thank you, Kieran, and thank you for giving me that excuse. I fucked up the time zones and arrived an hour late. But I said what I wanted to say, which was that Trump supporters are garbage. David Tennant. So J.K. Rowling tweeted out, my condolences to David Tennant on this occasion. Now, firstly, David Tennant was too busy literally being in a Shakespeare play right now and being one of the most celebrated and loved actors of his generation to care about what you and your brain rot think. He couldn't give a shit. He literally didn't tweet about this or respond to you in any way whatsoever because he has a life, whereas you don't. JK. Seriously sort the mould problem out. It's getting to you. Anyway, so so Badenoch is the ultimate culture warrior, and that doesn't work, fundamentally. Electorally, it doesn't work. Go anti-woke, go broke, is the actual rule. Again, every accusation is a confession. Yes, thank you for bits, Kieran. If someone pops in now with money, we get on a hype train, which would be dope. Hi Kev, long time lurker. Have you ever spoken about Badnock's awful eugenics views of autism? We did touch on it briefly. And also, hello there, the Anglo-punk. Yes, we did touch on it briefly a couple of days ago, or last week, I think it was, about her really weird shit about the unusual benefits that autistic people have. I'm not entirely sure if she thinks it's like a kind of superpower or something. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But, yeah, no, she's garbage. What is this?
The return of the sausages.
Hello there, Plexicon. Thank you with 1,000 bitty bits. Much love to you. We're on a hype train, people. If we get to level 2 of the hype train, I will finger Robert Jenrick's chances of becoming Prime Minister. Because they're dead. Lol. What's this? What's cringe? Oh no. Oh, what is this?
When old Donald used to run the country, he subdivision tried to build a wall. He made a few of his people wealthy. Oh, he don't care about the rest at all.
He's got convictions, he did the nasty and undermined the Constitution.
He's an oppressor of civil liberties, megalomaniac Republican.
Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope, Kamala, for the election. Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump. You see, she's...
I need to just pause it. That level of condensed cringe is just too much. Liberals, I'm begging you. Now, these are probably very nice people. They're anti-Trump, so they're probably okay. I'm not attacking them. I'm not saying they're bad or evil or wrong. They're just unbelievably cringe. Please, Liberals, please, 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 for the love of God, fucking stop. Stop.
Safer than him with money. She'll try to regulate the sale of guns. She's bringing measures that offer hope, not fear, access to healthcare and abortion.
Abortion! It's like how fucking, what's his name? Gallagher sings Sunshine. Abortion.
You know this beef with the neighbors' borders, with climate change and immigration.
Oh.
Want a president
Oh.
USA who's dangerous to everyone.
Oh.
Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope, Kamala, for the election. Give me hope, Kamala.
Please, Cenk, save us. Save us, Cenk. You.
Hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump.
She's got a father who's from Jamaica.
Is he doing an accent there? I'm getting a little hint of an accent there, and I'm not comfortable with that at all.
He had a mother who was Indian.
She wasn't born into fancy money, oh, but had a good education.
Well, you could vote for a weird felon who threatens bloodbaths and civil war.
But it's a bad move to trust in the wrinkled husk
Of a Satsuma that went off before.
Oh!
Kamala,
Oh!
Kamala, give me hope, Kamala, for the election. Give me hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump. He makes up lies like an angry toddler, seeking attention from the media round. Oh, he may deny the facts, but
like Betamax. He's just an 80s tape that's wearing down.
He thinks the law is beneath his station. Sexual assault doesn't understand. We've seen his wife spend her life looking quite uptight in case he dares to try to hold her hand. Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope, Kamala, for the election. Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump.
He tries to preach, but he ain't no Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ, there's another fucking verse. Oh, no. I didn't look at the time on it. I thought there's got to be the end, right? They're doing a last chorus and then it ends, then it's finished. And I can fucking, like, breathe. And now there's another fucking verse of this guy, the whitest man ever, doing a Jamaican accent, other than the guy we watched yesterday. We won't go into it, but fuck me. I can't do this anymore. You need to give me, honestly, you need to give me money for this. We're on a hype train, so you need to give me money, because I deserve to get paid for this. I'm about to go full Bad Bunny here and just go $5 a month, you cunts. Do you know what I mean? Fuck me.
The moves of a battery hand. Better to keep him on a course where his handicap is not fomenting insurrection.
You might not like who he calls Camilla. She's Californian and not a man. But she won't set the country burning or take it back to 1861. Oh, give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope, Kamala, for the election.
Are they suggesting that Donald Trump is going to bring back slavery? That's a very specific year.
Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump. Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, give me hope, Kamala, for the election. Give me hope, Kamala. Hope, Kamala, hope for beating Donald Trump.
White people, liberals, stop. Look into the eyes of this child. Look into the eyes of the child here. Okay? Look at the pain and suffering. She's seen too much. She's experienced too much cringe. No amount of AdSense revenue is going to pay for the therapy needed to overcome this. Okay? It isn't worth it. This is child abuse. I'm only joking. No, now this is fucking zoomed in. Don't zoom in, you prick. Alright. Kemi Bad Enoch, anyway, right. Let's watch her first speech as leader of the Tory party, I guess.
Thank you, everyone. And I want to start by thanking Richard Fuller for his work as our party chairman since July. And also Bob Blackman as returning officer for this contest. You and your teams have done us all a great service. Thank you. But I also want to pay tribute to everyone in the Conservative Party who has been involved in this very long campaign. It has been an experience none of us candidates will ever forget. Thank you for hosting us in your communities, in your village halls, in your pubs, and in your homes. It is the most enormous honor to be elected to this role, to lead the party that I love, the party that has given me so much. I hope that I will be able to repay that debt. There are so many people to thank. Firstly, my family, especially my husband Hamish.
Rice mixing!
Hamish, I couldn't have done this without you. Thank you for being with me every step of the way. I also want to thank Rishi. No one could have worked harder in such difficult times. Rishi, thank you for everything you did. We all wish you and your wonderful family the very best for the future.
In California. Is Rishi even there? I haven't seen him. Is he already gone to California? He's not even in the room anymore.
I'd also like to pay a special tribute to Robert Jenrick, who has fought a great campaign. Rob, we have all been impressed by your energy.
Including that bit where he said that pensioners were waking up with migrants in their bedrooms for some reason? Just making up lies? Okay.
And your determination. You and I know that we don't actually disagree on very much. And I have no doubt that you have a key role to play in our party for many years to come. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all the other candidates, Priti, Mel, Tom, and James, for your kind words and your many insights. We have come through this campaign more united, and the party needs you now more than ever.
Because they have so few MPs, you understand.
The task that stands before us is tough, but simple. Our first responsibility as His Majesty's loyal opposition is to hold this Labour government to account.
And you are going to do that how?
Our second is no less important. It is to prepare over the course of the next few years for government, to ensure that by the time of the next election, we have not just a clear set of Conservative pledges that appeal to the British people, but a clear plan for how to implement them. A clear plan.
Oh no, she's not going to make the next election. I will put my fucking money on that right now. She will not be Conservative Party leader at the next general election. Unless there's a snap election at some point in the near future, which seems unlikely given the state of the polling for Labour. Yeah, assuming that the next election happens in 2029... 2029, she's not there. Not a chance.
To change this country by changing the way that government works. The Prime Minister is discovering all too late the perils of not having such a plan. That huge job begins today.
So far, so pointless. Yeah, look, Rishi Sunak isn't even in the fucking room. Like, he's literally already in California, I bet ya.
It will seek to involve all of our colleagues in Parliament, in the Scottish Parliament, the Senate, our friends in Northern Ireland, as well as councillors and party members. But this is not just about the Conservative Party. It is about the people we want to bring back to the Conservative Party. It is about the people we need to bring into the Conservative Party. It is about what the Conservative Party needs to be over the next 5, 10, and 20 years. Our party is critical to the success of our country. But to be heard, we have to be honest. Honest about the fact that we made mistakes. Honest about the fact that we let standards slip. The time has come to tell the truth.
Are you saying you didn't tell the truth in the past? Because, like, yeah, but I don't know that you're supposed to admit that bit. That you're a liar? Really?
The time has come to tell the truth, to stand up for our principles, to plan for our future, to reset our politics and our thinking, and to give our party and our country the new start that they deserve. It is time to get down to business. It is time to renew. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely pointless. Literally pointless. But like I say, she won't be around very long. So it's not a problem. Literally not a problem. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. Except it literally isn't an issue. You know. Thank you, Lord Fruitus, by the way. I missed this. Thank you, Lord Fruitus, for gifting a sub, and thank you, Phenomenal Lass, for bitty bits. Thank you, everyone, for the hype train. I've got fingering to be doing. The Tories don't have principles, really, no. Although apparently that's the way to get into government, is to not have principles. Anyway, who had on their bingo card Donald Trump giving an air blowjob? It's poor form as well. Look, it's poor technique. I honestly don't think... I don't think that... that anyone with this kind of level of lack of skill of sucking dick should ever be president. I don't think he should be allowed. Which is, of course, why the throat goat should have been president, not her husband. But this is by the by. Yeah... He's literally giving an air blowjob. It's very strange.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
You gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
What's one move?
True. Also, he's back to this nonsense, by the way. He's back to this shit.
When I say insane asylums and then I say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, does anybody know? They go crazy. They say, oh, he brings up these names out of, well, that's genius, right? Dr. Hannibal Lecter.
No, it's not genius, because it's not a real person.
There's nobody worse than him. Silence of the Lambs. Who the hell else would even remember that? I have a great memory.
It won Oscars. What are you talking about? Who else would remember that? It's one of the most famous films in recent history.
But they always hit me. I don't bring it up too much because I have to take such a... He brought up Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do with this? What is it? It has everything to do with it, right?
No, it doesn't. Shut up, you stupid bastard. Fuck me, what an absolute clown show. What a freak. Oh, new Asmongold. No, sorry, new new Asmongold. New Ammon Animations. Let's fucking go. It's about Asmongold, so, you know. Oh no! Oh Jesus Christ!
Last night I did what happened to me the longest streak that I've ever had of not taking a shower, about a month and a half. And I made a tweet about this, and I said that I hadn't showered in a month. There were a lot of people who I suppose weren't real viewers of mine thought that I was lying, and a lot of my real viewers said that it was a good start.
Get the dead rat out? I don't need to anymore. It doesn't smell bad. The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream. Because basically what happened was, whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat, and then it would start smelling again, and then the smell would wake me up. And then I would know, oh shit, it's time to stream. There are plenty of things that I have ignored them for long enough they did go away. Ignoring problems works very regularly. I'll give you an example. My teeth were a problem. I ignored them. They went away.
Wow, that is some advanced dentistry. Well done.
Why is there blood? Well, I used to have problems with my teeth, right? And so what I have to do is, like, my teeth would bleed at night. So it would just like accumulate and dry in my mouth. So like whenever I'd wake up, I'd take my finger and I'd just dig it out of my gums and I'd just smear it on the wall.
Come on!
Oh, that's the grossest thing I've ever heard a human being say. Oh. Oh. How do you live like this? How?
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I just think the entire video game industry has gone woke and gay. Like, what happened to a
based awesome
masculine dude with a hot chick on his arm? I love the idea of Xbox Game Pass, but I swear every time I open it up and look for new games, there's just so many games that look gay now.
These different social issues, I think, for a lot of gamers, and I find it to be very disappointing to see it whenever I'm watching like a new trailer on my stream, and there's, oh my god, there's a fucking black person. Oh my god, there's a woman. And then I see my chat stream, and everybody is spamming woke. They're like, oh, woke game. Oh no, another girl protagonist.
These people are so brain broken. It's fucking tragic. Oh no! Oh. See, Ammon always has to take it past the point that it's my skin is crawling. That is fucking gross. God damn it.
What's the probability that the government wants to frame the Tate brothers? Probably 50%. The government frames people all the time. Like, if we've seen anything out of like any of the leaks from, the way that they tried to, fuck with Martin Luther King and people like that, yeah, it's Romania. Okay. I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture, and it is an inferior culture.
Imagine living like he does and describing anyone else as inferior. Fucking Christ.
In all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't care.
I would like to thank my top patrons: Dan, Overa, Dark Sunshine, Curio, Dropsalot, The Irony Giant, Soma13, Budumpish, Uncle Dave, Nikita McGay, Alfred Jeremko Young, Sebastian Dennis.
You get the idea. Is there any more? There isn't. Okay. That was fucking... I was just about clinging on to sanity, and then the head with the opens up and there's... Oh. God, that's fucking disgusting. Oh. Oh, holy shit. That was fucking creepy. I don't know what I was expecting, really. It's Ammon Animations doing a thing about a guy who lives in a literal dumpster. Like, yeah. Oh, Metatron. Basically, I'm just going through the Discord thing, the Discord stream suggestions. So, yeah. Metatron, our favourite pseudo-historian. Let's go. This is him, again, bitching. I refuse to use BCE/CE, and here is why. For those who don't know, the dating system that we use, the old way of doing it was AD, meaning Anno Domini, the year of our Lord, which was the point before the year zero, basically. So, which it becomes before the birth of Jesus Christ, so before 2024 years ago. And then Anno Domini is after that, and BC is before Christ, before that, right? And that was seen as maybe a little bit shit, because most people in the world aren't Christians, and so they don't believe in the year of our Lord. It's nonsense, of course. And so to be more inclusive, they came up with BCE, which is before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, meaning before Common Era, so before the year zero, and then Common Era, which is what we live in now. That's Common Era, right? It's just a very simple, easy thing. But again, this is conservatism in a nutshell. The world is changing around them, and they're scared. Well, no, I mean, there wasn't literally a year zero. I mean, like the tipping point when it goes from 1 BC or 1 BCE to 1 CE. I'm aware of that anyway. Yes. So it's a very simple way of just including all of humanity in a thing. But conservatism is literally just them being scared about things changing and progressing and becoming better. So the fact that he was born with BC and AD means that he's always going to use that. But this is conservatism's losing shell game, basically, because the next generation will be raised with BCE and CE, and it won't seem weird and strange to them anymore. Just like modern conservatives have been raised with gay people just existing, and so it's way less strange to them. So, like, even most younger conservatives are like okay with gay people existing, and the same will be true for trans people in the next generations. That's how things progress. Conservatism is literally just not a handbrake. It's like humanity is pulling a big stone behind itself, and conservatism is just the weight of that stone holding humanity back, slowing us down in our progress forward. They are literally a fucking millstone around humanity's neck. Thank you to Andrew Luke, £5 on the old YouTubes, much love. I love you, Rom Ham. That is one of the most confusing sentences I've ever read. I love you, thank you. Thank you for the donation. I genuinely cannot parse out what the fuck what Rom Ham is. I love you, I get that. First part of the sentence. I love you, it's reciprocated, it's a beautiful thing. Rom Ham. Rom Ham. Rom Ham. Okay. Fair enough. I love you, Rom Ham, too. Unless it means something weird and racist, I don't know.
I believe that BCE-CE is nonsense.
Well, no, it's not nonsense. It's just a different way of applying that concept. It's just different words to describe the same thing. It actually makes perfect sense. You might think it's woke bullshit or whatever, but it's not nonsense. Nonsense means it wouldn't make sense. But it does make sense. You already understand the concept, but with different labels. You're fully aware of the actual sense that it makes. Otherwise, how would you understand what BCE, sorry, what AD and BC were? You already understand its sense.
Where's the rum ham? Where's the rum? Rum ham!
No! Frank, stay in the boat! Frank, stay in the boat!
Oh, rum ham! I'm sorry, rum ham! I'm sorry! Rum ham! Oh, rum ham!
So am I rum ham? Am I a piece of floating rum ham? I don't know. It doesn't sound like a compliment, to be honest.
Hey noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking on this beautiful day in the year 2024. Now today I would like to talk a little bit about this spicy topic of the substitution when it comes to dating nomenclature of BC AD, the more traditional way to add temporal placement, with the more recent BCE CE. Although then again, that one is quite old too, more on that later. There are mostly three things that I would like to address when talking about this topic. The logical inconsistency of BCE CE, its lack in efficiency, and my new solution/approach to this matter. but let me create a little bit of an introduction first. There are different reasons as to why BCECE even exists as an option for people to choose from. And of course, which of these lines of reasoning the person that chooses to use BCECE is latching onto will very much shape my level of respect for them or lack thereof. I think the people that annoy me the most, and therefore the reason that annoys me the most, it's the fact that some people, when they use BCECE, they're doing it specifically because of BCAD's ties to religion, specifically Christianity.
Well, okay, but like, the point is, most of the people... Hang on.
Lord Fritters donated $3. This is the year 6 of the Reiwa era, and I won't hear otherwise. Konbanwa Mina-san, Desbunker Phi.
Don't understand any of that, but thank you, Lord Fritos. Message received. Not understood, but received. The thing is, Metatron, most of the people of Earth are not Christians. So, having a specifically reference to the year of our Lord, Anno Domini, AD, is forcing the majority of Earth to accept your God as at least partially true. That they live in the year of your God. Why the fuck should they? Why the fuck should anyone? Imagine if it was called the year of Allah or something, which, by the way, would still be the same basic idea, but from a Muslim perspective. Anyway, he would have a problem with that, I feel.
The reason why this one annoys me the most is twofold. One, well...
You're a Christian twat, that's why.
I'm a Christian, so I'm biased.
Yep.
Of course, I'm going to prefer BCAD. But the actual reason, and I'm going to be honest with you, is that it makes no logical sense. Now really think about it. If you don't want to say BCAD because it's before Christ and then Anno Domini, so the year of the Lord, and you are offended by the fact that people are referring to Christianity with it because of its religious connotations, then shouldn't you apply the same logic to, say, the days of the week and the months of the year? It's the double standard that really...
No, you shouldn't. But that's not the same fucking thing. There is nothing inherent in calling a month after an ancient Roman god or whatever, or a planet or a day of the week or anything of that sort, as that being necessarily true. It's just named after a thing. Whereas the year of our Lord is not just suggesting that there was a person called Jesus that existed, and it's not a specific thing because it's perpetual as well, so that's a very different matter. It's not... You're essentially making a truth claim and placing it upon all of humanity, that we all exist in the time of our Lord Jesus Christ. No one is saying because of, I don't know, Tuesday or whatever, you know, these days of the week that are named after various old shit, that those things are actually real and that on that day you have to celebrate that person, or because of that day that person is somehow a god. Like, it's not morally inconsistent at all. Different things are different. This guy really is an idiot, isn't he? Kev Day, yes.
It annoys me. Now really think about it. The days of the week in English, you've got Thursday, which is Thor's Day, the day of Thor. Wednesday, the day of Wedden, which is Woden, which is Odin. Oh, but what about Saturday? Yeah, Saturnus. It's another... Yeah, you guessed it.
Yeah.
The names of every single day of the week in English is connected to a god, whether it be a Norse god or a Roman god.
Yeah.
Thus, to pertain even the semblance of logical consistency, you would have to remove and change also the days of the week. Because
I wouldn't mind that particularly, but I don't see it as essentially necessary. And of course, notice that little sleight of hand where he slips in English. Because it's not that way in other languages, for instance. Just saying.
they are, in fact, religious in nature. But seriously, don't do that. They sound great. I love thinking that Thor's Day, Thor with the hammer, great. It's epic.
Yeah, you're a child, we know.
Epic being the next item of discussion. Honestly, we can talk about this and reason all we want, but let's be honest about this. Anno Domini. Latin sounds epic, so good luck beating that with Common Era. Let's try it. Common.
I thought he was joking at first. I thought this was like a joke bit. But he's actually serious. I could give two fucks about if it sounds epic. You fucking child. You fucking room temperature IQ freak. You fucking mutant. It sounds epic. Well, why not just call it the Year of Our Lord, fucking Massive Sword Von Cockring? Like, just, yeah, fuck it. Why not? Call it Destruction Derby Friday. Like, it's... Are you a fucking 8-year-old? Is this seriously how you think the adult world should operate? It sounds epic. Firstly, it sounds epic to you. To some other people, it may not sound so epic. In non-Roman alphabet languages, it probably doesn't sound epic at all. It probably doesn't look particularly epic either. Unbelievable.
On era. Anno Domini. In fact, since the one thing we can all agree on is the fact that Latin sounds really, really cool, how about...
No, I don't necessarily think it does sound really, really cool. Some of it sounds alright. Also, I don't think we should make decisions based on whether it sounds cool or not. When we're discussing historical dating methods, the coolness or otherwise of the actual language is just larpy shite. Why would I care? Why would I give two fucks about your weird fucking Italo-supremacist fascist nonsense? Why would I give a shit? I don't care. Fuck you. Stick your Latin up your arse, mate. It's a dead language. Why would I give a fuck? If it was so great, why is no cunt using it? Quite so.
LACEARRGAR donated $2. Do you go on holiday? You get it. I said holiday as in holy day. Pog champ.
I do. And I worship the Lord. The Lord of Hellfire! Who I also don't believe in, but, you know. Yeah, call it the epic Big Chungus Riz era. Call it the Skibbity era, the year of our Skibbity. Oh, now we're talking.
We extend it to the full name. Anno Domini Jesu Christi. Yeah, I'm gonna say that from now on. What about BC though? That's not in Latin. Oh, I can change that. Ante Christum natum. Yeah. Ante Christum natum, Anno Domini nostri Jesu Christi. Sounds like I'm ready to conquer the Holy Land here. Obviously, I'm all...
Oh, wow. Way to make it not racist and fucking religio-specific. You're definitely winning me over with this argument by invoking the fucking Crusades, you dopey shit. I do worship Arthur Brown. And his crazy world.
Lord Freeters donated $3. You know what? He's right. On this day, Sexty de Brumaire, the 12th of the 233rd year of the glorious French Revolution, I agree with that man's opinion to do away with the obsolete Gregorian calendar.
True. I'm a big fan. I personally had a great Fructador this year. That's another one of the months from the French Revolutionary calendar. I'm continuing the joke. I feel a part of things. Please love me. And thank you for the money.
For freedom. If you just love BCE and that's your choice, well then more freedom to you. If it is music to your ears, absolutely, by all means, use BCE. Free country, my friend. Freedom of speech. But me? Never in a million years will I say BCE. I just said it. I have to make a debunking video about myself now. once again, as I was saying, I don't have a problem with the people that just, it's their personal preference, but they have no hatred. I still find it moronic.
Whoa, time out, Home Slice. Notice how you said you oppose it, you particularly hate when people oppose it on the basis of religion, and now you're slipping in, it's on hate. So, I oppose it on the grounds of religion, but not because I hate Christianity, but because I want everyone to feel included. And I don't feel that people feel excluded by having it as Thor's Day, or Odin's Day, or anything else like that. I think literally getting people to say the year of our Lord when they don't consider him to be the Lord is exclusionary. It's nothing about hate. I don't think we should call it the fuck Jesus Christ era. I have no problem with Christians. Some of my best friends are Christians. Don't mean that's literally true, of course, but you know, whatevs.
Because it's nonsense, but I don't find the people who use it necessarily to be morons. That would be a logical fallacy. Maybe you're someone who just likes it more. Great, you can use it, more power to you. But I do have a problem with the people that get offended.
Wayward historian, that is a delightful. I was born 19 years before Kevin. That's the way we should do it. My year, we changed the world, okay? I wasn't born in a stable because that would be fucking mental. And my parents didn't live anywhere near the countryside, so how the fuck would there even be stables? I was born in a hospital. Because, obviously. What am I talking about?
So offended. Well, we don't want to offend people with a reference to Jesus Christ if they don't believe in Jesus Christ. Okay, then what? What is the common era based upon? What event happened that create a demarcation between BCE and CE? What happened?
Well, not actually the birth of Jesus Christ, because we know it's like 4 years out of date. We know that. And that's assuming that it happened at all. Which, again, I've yet to see absolutely conclusive evidence that Jesus was even a thing. Now, that, by the way, I'm not one of these people. What are they called? Not denialists. I can't remember anyway. There were people who believe that Jesus Christ never existed. It's a specific kind of brand of humanism or atheism or whatever. Anyway, but I'm not one of those people. I'm sort of skeptical. I think there probably was a person sort of fitting a Jesus character mold around at roughly the right time. Mythicists, that's what they're called. They're called mythicists. Anyway, I'm not myself a mythicist, but I think there was probably some sort of person, and then they added weird bits of old religions and old Jewish scripture to the story to make it seem like it was, you know, a part of things. Because again, people forget that when they first started, they didn't see themselves as a different religion. These were Jewish people who thought that Jesus was a continuation, a development of Judaism. It wasn't until much later, after Jesus, that they became Christian as, you know, a separate entity. So they basically added old Jewish folkloric stories and traditions and predictions and stuff like that to this character that existed, who was probably some sort of religious teacher or another, of which there were many around at the time. That wasn't unusual. That doesn't seem impossible at all. But either way, the Jesus historically that we think of, we know that that's like 4 years out of date. But regardless of that, the story is, of course, that's the year, not because it's Christianity, but that's just a historical holdover. No one is suggesting an entirely new calendar. That would throw things out enormously. But just making a very small adjustment to the way the nomenclature, the words that we use, can be quite a nice thing. It's just that you're a stubborn bigot who doesn't want to change at all. It's conservatism in a nutshell. You don't want to inconvenience yourself regardless. Kev, does your parents still go to the chapel? Neither of my parents are particularly religious. No. I mean, they're both Christians of some sort of very loose sense, but like, they don't go to church, like, virtually ever. Which is odd. Why, I don't know why they sent us to religious... Well, they sent us to religious schools because they're generally a bit better than non-religious schools, I guess, but like...
the birth of Christ. Exactly. So you're not doing anything. You're literally doing nothing. That's what drives me nuts.
You are doing something. You can still base it upon anything at any point if you wanted to. But it was based upon the birth of Jesus of Nazareth. The contention is whether that person is Christ. You believe him to be Christ, fine. Most people do not. The vast preponderance of people on earth now, and indeed basically at every time, have not been Christians. So the birth of Jesus of Nazareth, it's arbitrary as any other fucking factor that you would add in there. But yeah, you can do that and say, okay, well, historically that's just when it was set, fine. But we don't believe he's Christ, so we're not fucking calling him that. Boom. That's what it's doing. Now, if you want to change, again, we can go to the French Revolutionary calendar if you want. No problems with that.
To ditch the entire Gregorian calendar then, because it does.
Yeah, based.
Doesn't matter that you change the names, the connection is still to the birth of Christ. That is still, if anything.
No, it's to the birth of Jesus of Nazareth.
You're just gonna troll. You know what? I'm gonna be a troll about this. Next time I see it written on a piece of paper, I'm gonna read it before Christian era, Christian era. I mean, that's what it's indicating anyways, so you can't even tell me I'm wrong. So gonna...
No, you can. I can tell you you're wrong.
Do it. I would do it at a university. Like if I'm asked to speak at a university and they give me a paper to read and it has BC.
If they ask you to speak at a university, I think they should have their university license removed from them.
See, oh, you watch me. This is why, in my opinion...
Making a cunt of myself in front of a room of experts to own the libs.
And to eliminate BC and AD, but still count from the birth of Christ, becomes purely performative and a useless exercise. Because it still creates the impression that there is no more important event in history than the birth of Christ, which you don't want to name. I mean, thank you, I guess. Also, I wonder, do the people that don't want to use BCE because, oh, you don't want to refer, what about Christmas then? Because, yeah, I know the origins of Christmas are not Christians, great, but we all know what it is now, okay? Regardless of the pagan origins in the Romans and the absolute...
Oh, so even the non-Christian bits you want to try and claim? Okay. How'd you explain then, champ, that he was definitely not born in December? Because in the Northern Hemisphere, in December, there would not be shepherds in the fields with their flock, as described in the Bible. Because it's the middle of fucking winter. Or the beginnings of winter, technically, really, but whatever. It's winter time. So he definitely wasn't. He was born at some point in the summer. Possibly spring. But no, you're going to claim this obvious pagan nonsense as your own. Bravo. I'm going to call it pagan era and before pagan era, because suck my dick.
Truly, I'm aware of that. Might make a dedicated video, but we know what it is. What about that? It also has the name Christ in it. When it comes to efficiency, there are two main problems. First, BCAD is preferable simply because of commonality. It has been used for a much longer period of time.
I don't care. Conservatives, get this into your head. Just being old doesn't mean anything. Slavery has been around forever. Does that mean we go, fair enough then, I suppose I better get in the field and start picking cotton? No. Absolutely not. I don't give a fuck if something has precedence. I don't give a fuck if there is a tradition of doing a thing. It's what's the efficacy of that thing now? Is there a better way we could be doing things? If not, then fine. The tradition carries on. Grand, don't care. I don't care that it's like some old shit. I couldn't give a fuck.
and people are just more used to it. It has just become part of our daily speech, and therefore any change, unless it's motivated by an actual gain, which in this case it isn't, will be more unnatural to something that it's just traditionally the way we say it. And I very strongly resent change that doesn't need to exist.
Yeah, you're a conservative. You just oppose change, full stop, we know.
Or that we could say is unnecessary in the extreme. Also, when it comes to space efficiency, we are swapping a 2 letters system for a 3 letters 2 letter system.
Whoa, a whole extra letter! You have to say an extra letter. It takes a millionth of a fucking second to say it. Honestly, this is insufferable. No, we have to use an extra letter. Whoa.
We will inevitably take more space in the page. And I would like to underline that
he's so fucking stupid. Who cares? The good thing about pages, do you know pages? The good thing about them is that there's lots of them. So let's say because of all of this extra 1 letter, you need to use another page. You can just do that. Because we have lots of paper. You cunt. You stupid fucking cunt. Thank you, Rohack, for gigantifying an emote of Donald Trump just brushing his teeth. That's fine. Perfectly normal. Yeah.
this is not really a video against the single user, but it's mostly in response to those obnoxious people, and some of these also belonging to universities and academics, but not the everyday regular person. Since people are going to get offended by the BCAD, blah blah blah, alright, well, since I am a Christian, while respecting their freedom, I'm going to exercise my own freedom. I'm going to go full medieval on this, and I'm going to start saying, in the year of our Lord. Watch me.
Okay, I mean, again, no one cares, you fucking obnoxious cunt. No one cares. People will just think you're weird. People will just think, oh, that's the weird guy who says, in the year of our Lord. Okay. Also, wasn't he just saying that efficiency was the point? How many extra letters is the year of our Lord, you dopey shite? Also, if it's fully medieval, would be in Middle English. Or I suppose technically early modern English, whatever. So the construction of that sentence wouldn't quite work, but never mind.
Me. I'm gonna redo my intro. Hello noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking on this beautiful day of the year of our Lord 2024. Man, that sounds excellent. I love the way that sounds. I'm gonna say it like this from now on. Everything.
Brilliant. Okay. Again, conservatism is just like spite. It's just spite politics. That's all that's taking place there. It's just spite and vibes.
Time I mention a date. Hey Metatron, when did you buy your PS5? I purchased my PS5 in the year of our Lord 2020. Excuse me sir, date of birth please? I was born in the year of our Lord 1982. Say what? Interestingly enough, there are quite a few videos.
No one would say what. They just go, okay, 1982. And they'd write that down. They don't care.
Tackle this from different perspectives. So one of the most famous ones is the one by Neil deGrasse Tyson. I've got two references actually, because he talks about this a few times. Let's check this one out first.
I will defend AD and BC. Year of the Lord, AD, Anno Domini, and BC before Christ. I'll defend the use of those because a lot of hard work went in creating that calendar. The Gregorian calendar, which is now used worldwide, is based on a Christian construct, but it had a lot of very interesting science that went in behind it. I'm not just going to swap out the words to de-religify it. I don't mind leaving credit where it's due, and so I don't know.
If you want to leave credit where it's due, then you can understand that the Gregorian calendar is literally just a slight adaptation of the Julian calendar, which, as the name would suggest, was at least in part created by Julius Caesar. Antipodes, or whatever his name was. I can't remember his name. Anyway, he was a Egyptian Hellenic scientist. So the literally two non-Christians created the foundational basis upon which the Gregorian calendar developed. So, like, credit where it's due, it wasn't Christians that did this. It was pagans.
I don't know any atheist that still uses AD and BC.
Well, you're wrong with that one, I do. There are plenty of atheists that still use it, and just because someone is atheist, I don't...
Hang on, didn't he say he's a Christian? Hang on. Go back.
That one I do. There are...
I don't know any atheist that still uses AD and BC.
Well, you're wrong with that one, I do. There are plenty of atheists that still use...
Oh, so he knows... Okay, right, okay. I thought he was saying he was an atheist. No, he's saying he knows atheists that do. Okay.
Use it, and just because someone is atheist, I don't think he is. I think he's agnostic. So he's not religious, but he's not atheist either. But regardless, just because someone is atheist, it doesn't mean that they will automatically think, oh yeah, then I have to do. And I have proof of this. So yeah, let me debunk Neil deGrasse Tyson for a second. But so far, based take. But I do want to underline there are plenty of people that even though they're atheists, they see right through what the unnecessary nature of BC-CE and call it out and still use BC and AD.
See, Common Era, CE and BCE, and before Common Era. Well, who are they fooling? It's the same numbers of years. They're just trying to paint over a religious reference, and I don't have that.
Yeah, cool. I'm okay with that.
Much objection to the religious participation in civilization. I will defend.
Based.
Right, but the point is, you're only accepting one religious participation in that instance. When, as previously described, that calendar wasn't even created strictly by Christians. And indeed not by Christians that many other Christians now would even consider to be Christians because of all the schisms and reformations and such. Yeah, so like it's still religiously exclusionary, however you cut it. Now, I don't really give a fuck. This is the ultimate point, right? I don't really give that much of a shit whether you use BC and AD. I don't care. For the most part, people use it just because that's just what they were born with. That's literally just the thing that they grew up understanding. It's what they were taught as children, so they go with it. Fine. Stick with it then, I don't really care. Just don't like pretend that you're some sort of... You're making some grand, bold gesture by doing so, because you're not. It's just sad.
Based. Very well said. And here's the other one I think happened during a Joe Rogan experience.
I still use BC and AD in my writings. I still do it.
You don't use BCE?
I don't use BCE. So BCE, as you know, stands for Before Common Era, and CE stands for Common Era. So this is de-religiousifying AD and BC. Yet, of course, they reference the same calendar. Well, who invented the calendar we all currently use in modern...
Julius Caesar. Like, yeah. It was adapted by Pope Gregory. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Cleostratus III had co-credit for the Julian calendar. There you go. So, like, yeah. It was created by pre-Christians. I mean, literally, Jesus had not been born yet, and would not be born for another 37 years, as the number would suggest.
Modern society. It's called the Gregorian calendar. It was invented by the Catholic Church, by Jesuit priests.
No, it was adapted by them, because some countries still use the Julian calendar. I think Russia still uses the Julian calendar, which means and they're like 4 months out or something, which, considering how long that's been in operation, 2,000 years, it was so accurate that over 2,000 years they're only like 4 months out, I think it is. Which, considering the incredible, and I mean incredible, amount of time and the simplistic technological and mathematical systems they were working with, to be that accurate at that time is phenomenally accurate. Really incredibly good. And then the Christians went, well, we can kind of smarten this up a little bit, and we'll add in a leap day, and we'll do this and that. And yeah, okay. It's slightly more accurate. But, you know, it's fine. There are lots of other ways you can do it. There's lots of other ways. Again, we mentioned jokingly referenced the French Revolution's calendar. That was done on the basis of, a combination of things. And it was done metrically. So there were I think 10 days in the week or something. Or 5 days, whatever it was. And there were 10 months in the year or something. And then each month had a certain number. It was done regularly. And then the months were named poetically by a guy called Fabre d'Eglantine. Delightful name. Terrible person, but delightful name. After months of the year, after seasons of the year, so Fructidor was the month of fruit and things like that. Ventosa, those sorts of things. Yeah.
In the 1580s, assigned by Pope Gregory to fix the problems in the calendar because, I'm sorry, I'm screaming at you here. You got
He's absolutely right. Spot on, because they had to fix the Julian calendar.
started.
Scream. Get crazy.
I gotta calm down. Point is, this was hard earned, and the whole world uses this calendar. It is the most accurate calendar ever devised. I gotta give props.
Right, but at least in part it's used because of imperialism. The fact that Christians went out and conquered basically all of the world at various points in time. So basically all of the Americas, from the north of Canada all the way down to the tip of Argentina and Chile, was conquered by Europeans, Christians. All of Africa basically was conquered by Europeans. Pretty much all of Asia. And then various types of Christians sort of already existed in Europe in various forms. So, that's why. It is also one of the most accurate calendars that's ever been produced. That is true. But it's used because we went and took everything from everyone. And when you're using our fucking calendar now, dickhead. And so they did. And people just got used to it. Because it works. It's a perfectly reasonable calendar. It's not absolutely perfect, but it works. For its functional purpose, it works.
Props to the Jesuit priests. I'm not going to say, no, I'm taking the Christianity out of this reference, because they figured out the calendar that we all use, and it's a fucking awesome count. Sorry to drop an F-bomb there. But so I'm not, just because some atheists are telling me to rid God out of everything in the universe, I'm not doing that. I still...
Man, that is very respectful. Is it just the atheists? No, I think it's also maybe people that believe in other religions that aren't Christianity that sometimes object to this. I actually believe...
Yeah, I think absolutely it is there.
Or not, I've seen Christians saying, no, I don't use BCC. Again, it's your choice, but I think you're being influenced by sources that don't really have a leg to stand on. What he said was very, very well argued.
Probably
nice.
100%
with him on this one. What I do want to underline, though, is that I don't really think it's very much of an intellectual battle between atheists and Christians. It's because, as I say, there are plenty of atheists that think this is nonsense. BCE, I mean. It's just a battle between...
you know what? I'm sort of bored with this guy. I don't want to listen to this guy, watch clips of nonsense. So I'm going to watch something else instead. Our favourite person in the world, the cat thrower, Jessie Gender, who has some things to say. Why leftists should vote. I thought she was against voting. I don't know. Anyway, let's have a look.
I want to talk about voting. And yes, I know, but... with the final few days leading up to the election in the United States...
What? There's an election happening? What? Chat? When were you going to tell me? When were you going to let me know there was an election taking place? Because that seems like something I should probably cover. Now that I'm in the sensitive topics and political commentary fucking tag. In case anyone's offended by my opinions. Snowflakes! Triggered.
Coming at the release of this video, I do feel that this is worth discussing at least one more time, not just for this election season, but because I think it reflects a larger issue within leftist movements that I think we all need to address and discuss. And that's who I'm speaking to with this video, by the way, to other leftists who potentially have conflicted feelings about voting for Kamala, or who are more overt about saying if you vote for Kamala, you are voting for supporting the American system.
Maria End, if you're in chat, I haven't seen your name today, but whatever. If you're in chat, if you're lurking or whatever, she pronounced it the two ways, concurrent, like this, one after the other. She did. She said Kamala and Kamala. So it's not just me. It's a weird. Look, if you're going to pronounce things not as they look, not phonetically or whatever, like it's not just on me. It's not. Fuck off, fucking wires, you prick. I've got too many fucking wires, and I'm scared to move sometimes because I don't want to kick things. Because at least once before, maybe even twice, I've kicked leads out the back of the computer, wires at the back of the computer, and the stream just shuts down. The computer turns off or whatever. If it were a big election, we would have mentioned it. Oh, so it's not a big election. Okay, fair enough.
Of oppression, imperialism, colonialism. I will say that I am going to briefly touch upon the liberal perspective, the one that insists that any critique of Kamala before the election will benefit Donald Trump, or to those who love Kamala but are deeply afraid of Donald Trump. And I will get to that at the very, very end of this video, so skip to this time code if you're curious about it, but it's not going to be my main focus or the people who I'm mostly talking to for the bulk of this video. Instead, who I want to speak to is any of you out there who see any vote within the American system as endorsing actively a structure that is rooted in white supremacy and enabling systemic harm regardless of the party that you vote for or the party that gains power. Who also believe, and let me say I agree with this point, that overt fascism under Trump or systemic oppression under establishment Democrats like Kamala both ultimately serve the wealthy upper class. And the reason I want to talk to those folks is I want to try to explain my point of view, as well as to those of you who are in a similar...
Hello there. Welcome to the Kivolution, friendo.
...situation wrestling with voting or not as I am, because I want to try to explain my point of view as someone who is voting for Kamala, but who also hates this system, while also trying to provide empathy.
Is there anyone in America who actually is voting for the person they want? It seems like everyone's like, I don't really like Trump, but I'm voting for him because of X, Y, and Z. Or I don't really like Kamala, but I'm voting for her because of X, Y, and Z. And then there's like 100 MAGA fucking lunatics, and then there's 100 cringe liberals doing songs about what was that thing we saw earlier? Like literally just liberal cringy people. You know the types, the ones who think that Pete Buttigieg is anything other than absolute scum.
For your position. And explain why I find this entire discourse to be corrosive to all of us, not just in the short term, but in the long term of the goals that we hope to achieve. I am not here to yell, argue at, or belittle anyone, only to explain and try.
I am here to do that, which is why I put myself on the sensitive topics thing. Because I will yell and scream and belittle people. With gay, reckless abandon.
To start a good faith conversation. So to do that, first off, let's establish where I stand and where I think most of us can agree upon. Trump's fascist platform is clear. The blatant racism, white supremacist rhetoric, and his willingness to exploit the system where it benefits him for personal power while ignoring or dismantling any elements that oppose him. He's pledged support for Israel's war crimes, promised to further restrict trans and queer rights, leading to overt death indirectly and directly in our community, and plans to target immigrants even more aggressively than he already has and this country already does, as we've already seen very clearly in places like Springfield.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people...
The dogs. The dogs. So again, I'm being asked to think that people who genuinely make the claim that people are eating cats and dogs aren't garbage. I'm supposed to not call those people garbage. No, you are. You are garbage. You are. Yeah, I saw that Mad Cat. It's fucking awesome. Would have been better if it was in the league, though, but yeah. Out of abundance of caution, I enabled the... Why am I getting warnings on my account for abiding by these new rules? What is this nonsense? Hello, Gremlo. Twitch is committed to keeping our community safe for everyone, and as part of that, we require our users to ensure that anything shared on their... Based on the review of your activity, we issued a warning on your account. Some content does not violate our community guidelines, but is not appropriate for all Twitch users. In order to help make informed choices about the content they watch, we require streamers to mark their stream as appropriate content classifications, blah, 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 blah. We are writing to inform you that we reviewed one of your recent streams and have applied a politics and sensitive issues content classification label to it. So again, this is exactly what the Zionists actually wanted to have happen. It's basically, if you criticize Israel, you will be labelled as politics and sensitive social issues. And therefore, like, not get ad money and not be pushed by Twitch and all the rest of it. They want to silence people who are critical of Israel. So Ethan got what he wanted. It's got nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
That came in.
By the way, everyone go and follow Gremlo. He's awesome.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
His appeal as a candidate, for the most part, is to those for whom the white supremacist and colonial hierarchical attitudes in this country have been so normalized as to seem commonplace, naturalized, and inherent, as well as to those who see him as an outsider to the status quo that has continually failed them.
By the way, are we all in agreement now that
Stop it. Get some help.
That first assassination attempt was almost certainly staged? Right? Because, like, he didn't get injured at all. Every time I see that ear thing, like, he didn't get injured. So was he ever actually shot? Like, I think there's some serious shit to, like, get to drill down on there. Like, it seems fucking dodgy as shit. Like, I can't say for sure what the fuck actually happened there, but, like, something doesn't smell right about it. They could also just be a shit shot. But the thing was, right? No, Rohak, I don't mean it didn't, nothing ever happened, right? I'm sure there was a fucking nutcase or whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
But the response to it, the entire bit, it was all like I don't think he actually got shot. Like, he was shot at. I don't mean, okay, I'll clarify. I'm not doing an Alex Jones here and saying it's all government staged, it's propaganda. Like, I'm not doing that. There was a real shooter who really shot, and then himself got really shot. Right? That happened. That's not really even in fucking doubt. I'm saying, I don't think he was actually shot, as in the bullet hit him or anything like that. The entire story and narrative around that is bollocks. They made it up. He didn't get shot. The blood almost certainly came from either a ricocheting piece of plastic or when he fell to the ground and hit his fucking head. And then he stood up and did the whole, like, yeah, look, in an actual situation, would the security be cool? They wouldn't just stand there. Look, you rush the person off the fucking stage. I've never seen any kind of assassination attempt where the security just stand there and let him, like, fist pump to the fucking crowd with his head exposed in an active shooter situation. That's nonsense. That's fucked up. And then he puts that big, like, tampon thing, which, again, medical professionals have assured the world is not how you would treat an injury of that kind. That's a terrible thing to do. And then when it was taken off, even though supposedly a bullet had passed through a part of his body, there was literally no mark on his fucking ear whatsoever. If a bullet had gone through his fucking ear, the guy would look like Evander Holyfield, who, for those who don't know, had part of his ear bitten off by Mike Tyson, who is a rapist. Anyway, like, there would be a chunk of his fucking ear missing, and yet there wasn't a scratch on him. Total bollocks. I don't fucking believe it. I don't believe him at all. Are you trying to say that the chart wasn't a hero? I am literally saying that, yes. That is actually what I am suggesting. Yes. So I think we'll find that out. It might take a few years, but there's always someone behind the scenes who knows some shit. And will come forward and say, like, oh, no, it was bollocks. Yeah, no, we decided to, like, pretend he'd been really badly injured and shit because we thought it would play out. And then 48 hours later, literally no one was talking about it. No one gave a fuck. That's my favourite bit of that entire story is how absolutely pissed off Trump and his people were, and all of the MAGA fans were, because they thought, they literally all came out and were like, oh, this has won him the election. Oh, this has definitely won him the election. And then, like, 24 hours later, no one gave a fuck. They weren't even talking about it anymore. And he was so annoyed. He was so annoyed. Oh. Amazing shit.
When in truth, he's really just the embodiment of the system gone completely to its natural extreme endpoint. Kamala, on the other hand, represents the status quo. A status quo that is increasingly leaning towards the fascistic end of the spectrum due to the Democratic Party's consistent, weak-willed appeals to right-leaning centrists rather than embracing left-wing ideals.
What about the dead and injured people? Yeah, again, Nellis, I just want to clarify for you. I'm not saying no shots took place. There clearly was a shooter. Look, a guy literally died, right? I'm saying Donald Trump was not shot. Donald Trump was not at all seriously injured. The bullet missed him by considerable distance, apparently, because it hit the auto cue thing, and maybe some of that plastic shard hit his ear or something. Because there's no fucking way a bullet passed through his ear. There was no damage to his ear at all. So yeah, there was a real shooter who really shot actual bullets, one of which killed a bloke. And then Trump hugged his coat, although it wasn't his coat, it was just a random fucking coat with the guy's name on it at the RNC. It was very strange. Yeah. There was a second Trump who was shot on the grassy knoll. Yeah, that I did hear that, yeah. It's still mad. It's still mad to me that Donald Trump literally suggested of a candidate, a fellow candidate running for the president or the presidential nomination for the RNC, for the Republican Party in 2016, that man's father was involved in the assassination of JFK, and that wasn't the end of it. Like, you can just do that now. You can just say, oh no, this guy's dad killed JFK and his wife's ugly. That's fine. And again, I'm being asked to say that people who support a person like that aren't garbage. And I won't do it. They are garbage. If you support Donald Trump, you are garbage. Kev giving Alex Jones a run for his money. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Otherwise, you will feel the pugilistic wrath of the Kev.
Because doing so would require them to confront the inherently oppressive nature of the American system. Despite claiming to be tough on Israel, Kamala has also echoed the rhetoric of Israel's right to defend itself, the justification that Israel uses to perpetuate its genocide of Palestinian civilians.
So I just had a frank and constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I told him that I will always ensure that Israel is able to defend itself.
She also shows no signs of stopping the U.S. arming Israel either. She has also shown weakness on trans rights, stating that she would just follow the law regarding trans healthcare, despite her past actions as a prosecutor harming trans prisoners under the law.
Do you believe that transgender Americans should have access to gender-affirming care in this country?
I believe we should follow the law.
I recently just did a whole video.
That's such weak shit. I've got to be honest, and I don't know if it's her or the natural timidity and pathetic nature of the Democratic Party, but she started off strong before the talons of liberalism got into her. She started off relatively strong. She chose a good running mate. She was making some good noises, and since then has run an absolute shithouse campaign. Like, fucking embarrassing. Every time the Palestinian issue gets brought up, I'm speaking. Actually, I'm speaking. Girl boss. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck do you think that is as a response? You fucking lunatic. And every time she's asked, like, in a formal setting about this issue, her answers are shit. You knew this was going to come up. You must have known this was going to come up. Come up with a reasonable response that sounds vaguely convincing and say it. Repeat that to yourself a million times and fucking go out there and say it. Every time she's answered a question on it, it's been absolutely terrible. She sounds fucking shit. And now she's like, I'm putting together a bipartisan committee to do blah-de-blah. Well, okay, well, I might as well vote for the fucking GOP then. If you're going to give me the GOP either way, what's the point in fucking voting for you? Dickheads, man. Liberals are such... Oh, God, they annoy me. Phantom of Black says, I am included to believe Trump might have thought he could boost his chances to win by an assassination attempt, as Bolsonaro got a boost in his popularity after he almost got killed. But that would require Trump to have the balls to fake that attempt with live ammo, and he does not. No, I don't think he did fake it. I think there was a real attempt on his life. There was a real attempt on Trump's life. It's just that he played it up in the most absurd way, and no one cared, and that was funny. Like, the memes were fucking just golden. Jesus.
Video on that, by the way. Her policies in the past also as a prosecutor have disproportionately impacted low-income people of color, and I wouldn't be surprised if she would continue making policies like that if she got the office of president. She is also currently taking up surprisingly more overt militaristic rhetoric than as typical for a Democrat candidate, celebrating the US military as, quote, the most lethal fighting force, rather than adopting the more typical liberal platitude of the military simply fighting for freedom.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will make sure America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force.
Okay, right. Is this a safe space? Can I say the safe? Okay, safe space. So I did. The person saying it was obviously being sexist, but it is a funny. It's a funny word play, I guess. They described her as the commander-in-chief. Now, it is sexist. I know it's sexist and bad. I did also giggle just a little bit. It's the wordplay. You know I'm a fan of a pun. You know I am. I'm not going to not laugh at that. It is sexist and they shouldn't have said it. I did giggle. I did. Am I going to get cancelled now? I hope so, because it means I get a TV show and a book deal. So, fingers crossed. Yeah, no, that's fair, Phantom of Black. Yeah, no, I agree.
Force in the world.
Showcasing again how the Overton window has further shifted right. To my mind, Kamala embodies a system working as intended, a system that is built on white supremacy, colonialism, imperialism, and heteronormativity, and allowing it to continue doing so while justifying it with phrases like the slow arc of justice or I'm just doing my best, these are the institutions.
Or coconut trees. Mad.
While she herself is a biracial woman of color, a symbol of success that I understand is meaningful to many biracial folks. That symbolism is often used for its tokenistic appeal to an American establishment. One that basically argues,
hey, if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you too can one day achieve the American dream of becoming the world's most powerful war criminal, regardless of your identity.
Her appeal lies with those who believe the system can be reformed, fixed, or with those who see her as the lesser of two evils. She may be bad, but she's not as bad as fascism, right?
You see what I did in the title? I changed that round. I said that Kemi Badenoch was the evil of two lessers. I'm a very clever boy.
She's the carrot to the stick. Both.
I'm so clever you should subscribe to my channel and do bits messages. You can become a member for as little as 99p. You can do super chats to the cleverest person on YouTube.
Both sides uphold this system. One is more overtly dictatorial, the other systemic, but both are natural results of the American neoliberal system working as intended, exemplified by how they're the leading members of their parties. The argument as I see it generally, and there is more nuance to this that we'll get to in a bit, against voting at all or even for a third-party candidate.
Can anyone... Okay, it's not really relevant to anything, but does anyone know what that tattoo is? Because I've been... It's difficult to tell at this angle, I suppose, but like... It looks kind of cool, but it's difficult to see what the fuck it even is. Anyway.
Get to in a bit, against voting at all or even for a third-party candidate, is that because they both represent this system of oppression, and especially in light of the dire situation of the ongoing genocide by Israel of Gazans that America is abetting, that a vote for either of them is a vote approving of this system. By engaging with it, and especially if Kamala wins, she can point to the number of votes that she got as evidence of support for her broader agenda, even when in actuality, many who voted for her might actually not support a broad range of her projects. And also, many believe that the argument of pushing her further left is basically a non-starter because once she has power, she'll just institute an agenda that will uphold the status quo while maybe giving nominal concessions that won't change the...
This person is called Jesse Gender, Madcap.
Broader issues. In the face of the growing vocal sentiment of right-wing fascism and white supremacy that has been further normalized in this country, she is perhaps even more apt to continue to appeal to the right wing and go further totalitarian rather than even nominally progressive. And on all those points, I basically agree. And I think most of you would probably agree with me on these points as well, at least those of you who I'm actively talking to. Liberals who want to support Kamala more earnestly, I promise I will address your point of view at the end of this. But if we agree on these points, why am I voting for Kamala? Well, the answer is, I'm a white trans woman living in a liberal state. And while that may sound like me admitting a desire on my part to uphold the status quo because it's benefiting me, it's not. It's me recognizing the reality of my situation. For me, personally, the choice between Kamala and Trump is not immaterial to my day-to-day life. I'm a trans woman who currently does have access to healthcare, though it is incredibly expensive and hard to manage as a self-employed person living in an expensive state where getting an appointment can take up to 4 freaking months. Yes, I am currently dealing with that now and it's honestly kind of freaking me out a little bit, but I do have access and it is affirming healthcare to me. I can see doctors who are generally aware of trans issues, have no problems treating even non-trans related health concerns that a trans person may have, and prescribe me hormones. Hormones that are not only crucial for my mental health, but physically necessary, especially considering I've had bottom surgery and I can't produce these hormones as easily on my own anymore, and going off of them could cause serious harm. Trump, on his first day in office, would actively work to gut these rights.
Yeah.
He wouldn't care at all about what I or anyone else has to say. He's a white supremacist dictator, plain and simple.
Yeah. Correct. It was funny to me, my brief appearance on Hippy Dippy. Those dickheads going like, oh, it's good that he's friends with dictators. That's actually a good thing. And again, I'm being asked to not call these people garbage. No, they are garbage. I'm sorry. You are. The guy said he wanted to be a dictator. He's garbage. That should be disqualifying, frankly.
Kamala, on the other hand, while she has shown a willingness to write off trans people and trans healthcare to appease right-wing rhetoric, likely wouldn't actively attack my rights immediately. I might even get a full 4 years of rights protections out of her. Who the hell knows? Neither of these are great options for me, admittedly. In fact, they suck ass. But there is one that is clearly better for me. It makes sense for me to vote for Kamala because doing so would give me a longer window to access necessary health care, which is not a trivial concern to me. It is deeply important to me. And this is a choice faced by many trans and queer people, like my fiance, as well. And a vote for Kamala also isn't immaterial for many cisgender women, trans men, and AFAB non-binary folks either, given that Kamala is significantly better on abortion rights as well. Now, to be absolutely fair, I'm not saying that this is the case for Black, Indigenous, Brown, and/or poor trans women who often face more discrimination and have less access to non-discriminatory healthcare. It's not the case for many trans people in red states where healthcare is denied flatly to them. It's also not the case for many Black folks who can't access abortion either. And I recognize that as a white trans woman in a blue state with a self-employed job and the ability to pay for my own health care, I have a privilege that many of them don't. So the question becomes, does this make me a bad person for voting for Kamala then? The argument would go,
I don't think it does, no.
At least as I see it, well, you're voting with your privilege, so yes. You're voting to uphold the status quo that benefits you. But, to my mind, when we talk about privilege, it's not about inherently having power over others. Privilege is a recognition that in our hierarchical society, some of us do not have to deal with certain struggles that others do. It is the absence of hardship, generally because we are perceived to be higher up on some arbitrary hierarchy that colonialism has created, such as whiteness over blackness, and can be used to give oneself power, but privilege in and of itself is an absence of hardship. Like, for example, how my voice is often more easily heard over Black people who are more so labeled as angry, disruptive, or unintelligent, in order to dismiss their point of view. So the question then becomes, is my voting with my privilege a bad thing? And I'd argue that it would be if it's only directly hurting others. Because yes, there are many who will vote or take part in this system, who go along with it because of their privilege, who do so at the direct expense of others. And some will argue that me voting also will directly harm others. The one that I hear most often, and sometimes vitriolically, is that by voting for Kamala, I'm throwing other groups under the bus, most especially Palestinians who are facing genocide. It's argued that because I'm voting with my privilege for someone who, yes, will support Palestinian genocide, I am thereby showing active support for her and also genocide.
It's a calculus thing. It's Trump would be worse for them. Like, and those are the two options. Like, this is some leftist navel gazing shit that I find quite fun, but ultimately a bit of a waste of time. I'll try again. Hi all, I respect this woman's right to be who she is, but YouTube doesn't seem to respect my right to support her. Grr. Oh. Why not? Why can't you... What is YouTube doing?
They also argue potentially that Kamala's policies, as they have in the past, will target and harm low-income, often more racialized communities, which is not only quite possible, but probably highly likely. I agree. But here's...
Also, thank you, Welshie Jim, for resubscribing. I really must listen to the noises and then say the things. Because otherwise people think that I'd not noticed. And I have noticed. Just too late now, and he's probably gone to bed or something. Although maybe not. Who knows? It's a bit of a trolley problem because of the American political system. Basically, yeah. It's fucking gruesome. Again, I don't think most people that vote on Tuesday, or already have voted, are necessarily super happy with their options. The two-party system is pretty gross. Has to be said.
Here's the thing. From my perspective, my vote for Kamala won't stop the genocide. And my not voting for her won't stop it either.
Okay.
My abstaining won't stop it either too. Whether it's Trump or Kamala, and realistically those are the only two who have a shot at winning.
Oh, it deleted your account. Yeah, well YouTube does that. It filters out all kinds of stuff. It's pretty annoying.
Both will support the genocide. If this were a matter of me choosing my safety over the continuation of a genocide, then yes, fuck me, that would make me terrible. But in this case, my vote is pretty much immaterial to that outcome. Moreover, again, I would say not immaterial.
I think whilst Kamala Harris is going to be shit on Israel-Palestine, Donald Trump is actively going to make the situation way worse. So I don't think it's immaterial at all. It's not good, whatever happens, but it's way worse with Trump. That's literally like... That's the best way I can think of describing the situation, is that on pretty much every issue, Kamala Harris will be shit, but Donald Trump will be way worse. So that's the sort of calculus you have to do there, I think. And again, I'm not going to sit here and say people who don't vote for Kamala, especially in states where it doesn't matter as much. You should still get out, by the way, and vote down ticket and do the, you know, the ballot initiatives and all of that jazz. But people who don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, I get that. I wouldn't want to vote for her either. But in this kind of two-party presidential style system, them's your choices. Like, do with that information as you please, I suppose.
My perspective, my vote isn't directly at odds with BIPOC, immigrants, or others whose situation won't drastically change under a Kamala or Trump administration, or might, like mine as a trans person, be better under Kamala than under Trump, even if far, far from good. So, if you understand...
That's too big an issue, 255. Really, that's like a larger philosophical thing, which I don't really fancy tackling right now. But I appreciate the question.
My perspective on this, where I come from personally, where I am, not saying where you are, where I am, why wouldn't I vote for Kamala if it can benefit me and harms no one else directly, at least not more so than my abstaining would? My material conditions are on the line.
Yeah, that's fair enough, Justin Tin Man. Yeah. Oh, sorry, just a Tin Man. They say you've got to weigh your options based on your state. I'm in a super red state, so I vote blue local and wrote in a third party for president as protest for Palestine. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. You've got to know what your own state, right? The state of play in your state. For most of America, their vote doesn't matter. It's horrible, but it's true. Unless you live in one of 7 or 8 states that could maybe flip one way or the other, and substantively that would matter. They don't just have like 3 votes or whatever, like an actual number that could really make a difference. Your vote doesn't really matter. Which is, you know, not great for democracy or civic engagement, but it's also true. So you can essentially not throw your vote away, but make a statement. You can write in a third party candidate. Or just not vote for the presidency at all and just vote down ticket. That's the thing. Like, because it's not... I would never advise people to not go and vote. Even if your options for the main election are shit, you don't need to vote in that if you don't want to. And but down ballot initiatives are really important, and getting good local representation is really important. Unfortunately, this is a thing that I think a lot of people on the left have basically ignored. They focus far too much on the big thing, the federal government and all of that, whereas actually politics on a real local level starts with like ward district meetings and fucking getting signatures on a fucking ballot petition so that you can get something onto the fucking ballot, right? That's what you need to do. You need to actually build in your local communities, in your city, in your state, in your fucking region. That's what you need to do. And the Republicans have been absolutely fucking killing it. They're always the majority of governors. They run the majority of state houses. So even if you get a good federal government, those fucking pricks can just stymie any real proper change that federal government might want to bring about. So you need to start winning on the local level as well. Good night, Vogel. Yeah, no, don't believe anything I say. Yeah, don't believe anything. No. Certainly don't believe on red that's the case. I hate living in a swing state. I want to vote for Vermin Supreme without feeling guilty, damn it. Vermin Supreme is a god, and I will have nothing but respect on his name, okay? Nothing.
That matters to me. And I don't think, as we'll get to later on in this video, that it's irrelevant to others, even those who are in more danger than I am. And I would also point out, and this is something that I used to argue in the past, but I have changed my mind on over the years, that my voting isn't even harm reduction. Harm reduction is a rhetoric that can be used as a way to argue for people to actively supporting a politician who people think will do less harm, which I actually do think is harmful, given that that energy could go elsewhere. I personally don't think that anyone should waste their energy or time canvassing for, donating to, doing phone banks for, or any other active support for Kamala. That energy is better spent helping your community more directly.
I think that's true. I agree with that. Yeah. I think even if you're doing the harm reduction thing at the election, you should put your energies into things like, community kitchens, food banks, stuff like that. Protect the people around you. Get good local people elected. Get good ballot initiatives going. That sort of thing. Vermin Supreme is appropriating Asmongold's culture. Imagine Asmongold being like, you culturally appropriated looking homeless. 255 or Clem H. Fandango asks, out of curiosity, how do you feel about the election? Christie seemed optimistic last stream, but maybe you were just nodding along to avoid an argument. No, I'm reasonably optimistic. I've been following the polls and stuff, but I don't mean I've been following Polish people around in the street, singing songs to them whilst playing a clarinet. No, I mean I've been following the polling data, which seem to suggest that Kamala is doing reasonably well, is pulling clear enough to overcome that inbuilt majority that the Republicans have with the Electoral College. Fucking stupid system. Anyway, and so it's looking pretty decent, and early voting as well. Early voting is really important. The overwhelmingly, it seems that the majority of people who vote early are voting will vote Democratic, and so the increased amount, and it's record breaking in huge numbers of states, in swing states especially. Early voting has been massive. Some of that might be increased numbers of Republicans because Trump has been less anti early voting because he realised, oh, actually that played against me in the last election. So I think his advisors have told him to leave off that topic. But I don't think that would account for it enough. I think a lot of Democrats have got out early and voted, which definitely plays in Kamala's favour. Kamala's favour, what you get the idea. What you just said about following Polish people around is going to be very disappointing to that one guy who used to DM you. You know the one. I do know the one. He went too far one day and I blocked him. What the fuck? What the fuck? Specifically, the point he was making was about pensioners. Now, unless she has aged spectacularly well, 255, that person is not a pensioner. That person looks 30. Not 70. But I appreciate you don't waste your evenings. I appreciate that. Love it.
All I'm advocating for is that because it is safe for me and takes me less than 5 minutes to do, 5 minutes that I probably would have spent doing something else immaterial, voting is not corrosive to my time or energy to do other more important organizing.
Lace asks, and I'm just taking questions from the fucking chat now. I'm curious, what do you think Trump will do than what Kamala will do about Palestine? I ask because I think that statement is supremely wrong-headed and I staunchly disagree with it. Like, you can't make... Oh, shit, hang on. Ooh. You can't make a genocide worse. To say someone can do worse than funding a genocide is to state a distinction in burning the corpses and burning the corpses then pissing on the ashes. You somewhat misunderstand, I believe, the point I was making. You can make genocides worse. You absolutely can. just on a philosophical level, you absolutely can. If you kill 50% of a population, that's obviously disgusting. But if you literally eradicate all of them, then nothing good can come of it because they've been literally eradicated. I would suggest the latter is worse. I think that's just a pretty basic piece of, unfortunately, human mathematics. I know that's a kind of disgusting phrase, but we're dealing in disgusting times, you know? So that is definitely true. He doesn't think that Israel has completed the genocide sufficiently enough. And we know, and this is the material part of this, it's not just like a hypothetical or whatever. We know that he has taken money from the widow of Sheldon Adelson. By the way, can we get some lols in chat for Sheldon Adelson still being dead? Absolute piece of garbage. Anyway, she's a piece of shit who has given Trump funding on the understanding that Trump will allow Israel to fully annex the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Which is not policy that Kamala Harris, at least currently, supports, and I don't think she would support. So yeah, so that's, I mean, just we know that he's going to allow that to happen, which will make the situation worse and literally make a two-state solution impossible. So, you know, I would argue you both can make a genocide worse, and he will, and there is the practical concern around the fact that he's just going to continue, he's going to accelerate the rate at which Zionism destroys any kind of semblance of Palestinian statehood and, frankly, existence. I hope that answers your question sufficiently, Lace. I hope you're not offended or annoyed by that. I would really hate to fall out with anybody over something like that. But yeah, that is my response.
This is not ubiquitously the case, by the way, given many voting laws have targeted marginalized communities, so that is a calculation worth noting, and one that is, again, another privilege I have. So that's my perspective. And why, to my mind, it makes sense for me to vote. However, I want to also briefly look at the other perspectives on why people would choose not to vote, who are also someone who would broadly agree with all my points earlier in this video about Kamala and Trump. First and foremost, I understand and do not begrudge those who are similarly oppressed, regardless of either candidate who would win, who choose not to vote. I don't judge or begrudge a Muslim American, for example, for choosing not to vote. Many of them see...
Although I do find it very interesting, these weird cunts, the Muslims for Trump people. I don't know how much he's paying them, but it must be quite a lot. Muslims for Trump? He literally called for banning all Muslims in the United States, lads. Like, at least the people who vote for the Leopards Eating Faces party aren't currently having their faces eaten by the leopards. What has happened is that the leopard has already eaten your face, and you're now going to vote for the leopard who ate your face. Okay, I mean, interesting. Interesting. We'll see how that works out for you, lads.
Islamophobia reflected in both candidates as well as their parties, and who also see the continual murder of people like them, perhaps even their brothers and sisters, being abetted by America. I also understand someone like an indigenous American who has faced centuries of genocidal actions, both militaristic and systemic.
Yeah, I honestly, each First Nations person will have their own opinion on this, but like from the outside looking in, I totally get a Native American person going, "Fuck you, cunts! I don't give a fuck." Oh wow, they've put up a black person to vote for this time. I don't give a fuck. I'm not voting for any of these crusty bastards. Fuck off. Like, I get it. I'm not going to fucking criticise that shit.
From the US government for not wanting to engage in its system of colonial oppression in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, this is a great article for that point of view. I'd highly recommend reading it. For many marginalized folks, their material reality won't change under Kamala or Trump in any meaningful way. And also, many of them have undergone much more direct, sustained violence from the state, and have ever...
Do Muslims do the turn the other cheek thing? I don't think so. That's a very specific thing to Jesus of Nazareth, who is a person in the Quran, but I don't necessarily think that story is look, he's not God. He's treated as a messenger from God. But I don't think they do that turn the other cheek thing. Well, from my understanding, and I'm certainly not a Quranic scholar, but my understanding is that it's sort of it's ethically speaking a reverse of the Bible. So the Bible starts off with God being an absolute cunt, and it gets sort of more chill later on when Jesus comes around with all his hippie bullshit. And the Quran is sort of different in that in the earlier stages, Muhammad is like more chill and like, oh, we should love one another. We're all cool, bro. And then he turned into like a warlord guy, and so the later passages of him like, cut off the hands of the unbeliever, all that sort of stuff is like later on. Oh shit. So yeah, timeline wise, it's a bit weird. But yeah, Jesus is a prophet of God in the Bible. Sorry, in the Quran. In the Bible, he's variously either the Son of God or a part of a Holy Trinity if you're a Trinitarian. Yeah. So it's a bit weird. My dominatrix turns me to turn the other cheek all the time. So I see, I can always rely on my audience to come up with some degenerate shit. I love it. I've built an audience of the biggest perverts. Brilliant.
Every right to want to say, fuck it. I also understand folks who have been disenfranchised through ridiculous laws meant to target...
Oh, hello. Hello there, Hannah Reloaded. How are you? Everyone go and follow Hannah Reloaded, who is fucking awesome. Just do it. We don't have a raid message. What do you mean you don't have a... What? I don't know what that means. Anyway, hello there, Raiderinos. I'm Kevin Logan. Howdy. I'm a socialist from the UK, but currently we're looking at Jesse Gender talking about the American elections and stuff. If that's something that might interest you, you can stick around. We are. I'll actually be doing an overnight, late night, fucking crazy long stream for election night. So you should hit the follow button, and then you can come back for that if you're interested. If you want to listen to a foreigner, a limey nonetheless, talk about it. By the way, interestingly, do you know where limey comes from as a phrase? So it's to do with naval history. When navies discovered that...
Ladies and gentlemen, we got 'em. Victory is ours!
Hello there. When navies discovered that scurvy was caused by a lack of vitamin C, they started handing out rations of fruit to their soldiers. Oranges were preferred by most navies, but because Britain couldn't get access to oranges, they had access to limes from their Caribbean island, the islands that they fucking owned, because of course. Imperialism's such dog shit. Anyway, and so they use limes, which have the exact same effect. They're as good in terms of preventing scurvy as any other fruit. And so, British sailors became known as limeys, and that was extended to the entire nation. And it's literally only Americans that call us that anyway. And very rarely now, because, like, this is some shit from 300 years ago. Who gives a fuck? Like, yeah. Anyway, yes. So that's a thing. So why is England such a sour place? It's the fact that so many of our days are overcast. So we're enthused with a sense of melancholy. Ennui, if you will.
Target them who would rather spend time helping their community over trying to deal with the bullshit of trying to get back on the voter rolls. And I empathize with all of these positions. And the only argument that I can really make to that position is it matters to me and people like me if you do vote. But I also completely understand if they don't. And on top of that, what right do I have to demand anything from them or hold any choice not to do something like that against them, given their community's history and situation. Conversely, though, there is another perspective here. There are those who have much more privilege than I do and don't have much at stake under either Trump or Kamala.
To be fair, I think that's a really weird way of putting it. I don't think anyone, even if you are really, really privileged, to say you've got nothing at stake isn't true. Everyone benefits from democracy existing. I think that's safe to say. Everyone benefits from being able to have their freedoms. And Trump has committed himself to ending those freedoms. Many of them, anyway. Even for members of groups that are privileged, right? Because it doesn't matter how privileged you are, as with the aforementioned leopards eating your face, eventually the leopards will eat your fucking face too. They may go after the immigrant first, or the trans person, or whatever, but eventually they'll get round to the white guys as well. So I think everyone has something at stake in this election. And to be fair, everyone has at every election, really, but especially at this one, because the chances are so... Also, the differences are so stark in terms of the potential bad of a Trump presidency. Not necessarily the potential good of a Kamala presidency, because I don't see that happening. But the potential negative outcome of Trump winning could fuck up everyone's lives. So... yeah, anyway. What happened? Noises happened. Thank you, Andreas, with Super Chat, who says, "Hey Kev, do you guys have early voting in the UK? We do, although it's not used very often. It has been expanded recently. You can have either a postal vote, which we don't do the very weird thing of, like in America, where you have like drop boxes. That seems like a very strange system that's open to abuse. Anyway, but they have like actual, like you literally post it off, but you have to post it like 2 weeks in advance or whatever. Or you can have voting via proxy. So you sign the form saying X person will vote on my behalf, and they can do that. And that's mostly for like either old people or people who are like physically unable to get to the polls or whatever. But yeah, we do have some early voting, but it's not a particularly big thing. Yeah.
Many cis, upper to middle class, straight passing white dudes who are leftists will, frankly, be relatively fine regardless of who wins. I'm not saying that they don't care or aren't worried about fascism or are bad people or anything like that. But what I am saying is there isn't something as immediately at risk for them like abortion rights or access to affirming health care. To many of them, they can afford to say it doesn't matter who wins and choose not to vote. Because to them, it will not make a difference. And they would rather wash their hands of the entire situation because they see the system as corrupt and awful. And honestly, I understand this point too. If you don't have anything at risk, why engage with a system you know is harmful? Why waste time voting when you could be doing more meaningful material work elsewhere?
Well, hang on a minute. It's not a matter of... Look, voting takes so little time, and frankly so little effort, that I don't think it needs to replace anything. You can still carry on work in your community. You can still carry on, working at a fucking food kitchen or helping out a homeless shelter or setting up dual structures of support and all of this sort of thing. That's fine. Those are all things you can still do as well as vote. And again, it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, but like if you really can't bring yourself to vote for either presidential candidate, still go and vote, but vote down ticket. Vote for good local candidates. Vote on the fucking the ballot initiatives, because those are really important. I've said before, I think one of the biggest things that leftists should focus on in the immediate future in the United States is get ballot initiatives at the state level for bipartisan, or not bipartisan, non-partisan, independent redistricting committees for seats, because the gerrymandering is fucking embarrassing. Jesus Christ, it's so corrupt. and keeps like actual change from happening because it entrenches the two-party system and the corrupt evil bastards who run it. And secondly, proportional representation at the local level, so that you can have viable third candidates stand. You can have actual left-wing pressure exerted on political candidacy. That, I think, those two things, the left as more broadly should try and focus on, because that would actually bring about positive progressive change. And once you get those sorts of things initiated in certain states, you can start to build a good reputation for governance from leftist and progressive candidates in those areas. And those sorts of stories travel around. You get press coverage of things you're doing that people will like. And they maybe go, oh, maybe we'll try that in our state. And that helps leftists in other states, because you've got a good example, you know?
And I get that. In fact, there's a YouTuber who I deeply admire and love his work and actually support him on his Patreon, Anarch, who articulates this exact perspective well in his video, even though he doesn't look at it necessarily through the lens of privilege. And I completely agree with him in his stance. But my counter-argument to these folks specifically is kind of similar. Vote to help me, someone who is at risk and could benefit from your vote, which, to my mind, won't directly harm others, and does not take a lot of your time and energy. And if it would, then that I understand more deeply. And I will say, I would be disappointed if they didn't, and hold a frustration towards them for their lack of allyship in a way that I wouldn't hold towards a Muslim or Indigenous American, for example, who would choose not to vote. But I would also understand their point of view and their choice. And that's what I want to end on, because I want to be very clear in this before we get to the rest of this video. All of these viewpoints.
Oh yeah, Rohak, but I do have a Zateo membership, so I can watch that on stream if I wanted to. Actually, I'm not sure if I can watch it on stream technically, because it is behind a paywall. But like, if I've paid for it, I mean, it's not like I'm fucking taking that much money off him. Anyway, I'm not angry or offended. I'm curious. I just got a little energy for those discussions when it comes to era politics. Yeah, that's fair enough, Lice. Yeah. Not really ethical. Yeah. Don't paywall content then, I guess. Like, if I'm giving him $60 and I'm taking less than $60 from him, he's still up on it. I don't feel bad about it in the slightest.
And all the ones that
I did it before. I did it absolutely before. With what was the interview they did with Jill Stein? Do you remember when she was like, she refused to like say that Putin was a war criminal or some shit? Like, literally, I hate this as well. The stupid like virtue signally people that exist, saying they're voting Jill Stein because it's the anti-genocide candidate. No, it fucking isn't. It absolutely, she's not anti-genocide. She calls out one genocide, which is the genocide of the Palestinians. Okay, cool. She doesn't want to call out Putin as a genocidal maniac. She doesn't want to call out Bashar al-Assad as genocidal. In fact, she actively said he wasn't genocidal. So she's not fucking anti-genocide at all. In fact, she's probably the most pro-genocide person ever. She just makes exception in one particular genocide. Like, Kamala Harris calls out genocide more than fucking Jill Stein does. Kamala Harris has said that Bashar al-Assad and Vladimir Putin have done genocide. So that's 2-1 then. Kamala Harris wins the calling out genocidal maniacs competition 2-1 against Jill Stein.
Kind of fall in between them are valid if we understand the perspective from which they are coming from. It is the danger of not recognizing the validity of these perspectives.
Cornel West is not a serious candidate. I mean, again, if you don't want to vote for Kamala, whatever. Like, I'm not going to sort of browbeat anybody, because I think it's like, it's shitty that these are the candidates, and I think it speaks to how broken the American system is that these are the two candidates. Although it was worse, of course, when you had literally a corpse who is currently president as the candidate on one side of the ticket, and a slightly less corpsey corpse on the other side. Anyway, Cornell, no, not Kanye West. Kanye West is definitely not a serious candidate, but Cornell West, the professor, who I actually saw speak a few years ago, it was a very good speech, or very good talk he gave at the university I was at. Anyway, he's not a real candidate though. So just like, you can vote him, you can write him in your state if you want to, and I'm sure he'll probably get a few thousand votes across the country, but he's not a serious candidate, so you are literally wasting your vote. But like I say, in most states, if you're not in a state that could possibly flip, then it sort of doesn't matter who you vote for president. So if you want to write him in, and you're in one of those states, which statistically speaking you're more likely to be, then yeah, go for it. Like if you're in California, the presidential conversation is irrelevant, because obviously she's going to win California. So you can write in Cornell West, and then down ballot go with serious candidates if you want to. That's fine. Actually, write-ins have to register in Kentucky. Is that true? Hang on, what's the point of having write-ins if they have to register? Kentucky, sort yourselves the fuck out. Sort yourselves out, you knobs. Also, you don't need that many fucking Division 1 basketball teams. You are not a big state. Sort it.
And where they come from, that leads us to what I actually want to talk about. Because I want to highlight what this dynamic that I have just articulated between all of these perspectives creates within leftist spaces. It's a dynamic deliberately created by the mechanisms of the state, enticing, at least in this case, mostly white queer people to engage with it, while encouraging others to opt out. This then introduces a point of contention and tension within leftist spaces, one where people within our groups will have different incentives to do different things.
Hang on, who are you referring to, 255? Who banned you? What? What content creator are you referencing there?
This dynamic is why we see people within leftist spaces arguing for or against voting for Kamala, even if they all hate Trump more. The disagreement, exacerbated by the ongoing genocide, becomes heated and leads to dehumanization and infighting. It creates a situation where people, often in their frustration at seeing what they see as people supporting a state that they believe causing harm, starting to yell at women, queer people, or trans people who do choose to vote for their own material safety and reality, saying, "You support genocide because you're voting for Kamala." In reality, though, many of us, and people like me, are making a difficult choice, recognizing that our vote won't make a direct material impact on the situation.
Remember the guy? Oh, that guy. Oh, okay. No, he's a dickhead then. 255. If dickheads block you, take it as a little badge of pride for you. I do. When like fascists tell me that I'm scum and that they hate me and that if they get in I'm going to be hanging from a lamppost and all of that, right? I take that as a badge of pride. Yeah, no, good. I want you to hate me. If you ever liked me, I would have to question a lot about myself. If you ever thought I was like a good person who you'd like to get along with, I've gone wrong somewhere, and I need to have a good long look in the mirror, So like, take it as a positive endorsement of your character, young man.
In Gaza, but might provide slightly for our immediate safety. What this then does is allow queer and trans people to become targets for ostracization within leftist spaces. And misogyny and transphobia will play a significant role in how these conversations unfold. I am not saying that anyone who criticizes Kamala is a transphobe or a sexist, or anyone who criticizes a queer or trans person is a bigot. Rather, what I am saying is the system itself, the state that we are living within, channels conflicts along lines of gender and queerness and transness reinforcing pre-existing biases many of us haven't fully.
I just found out that the US Greens aren't affiliated with the Global Green Movement, according to someone online. John, yeah, no, the Global Green Movement have nothing to do with the US Green Party, because they see them for what they are. There was literally a thing, right? Hang on, I'll get to your super chat in a second. Whoever sent that, one moment. The various Green parties from around the world wrote to Jill Stein asking her to stand down as a candidate. Was it this today or yesterday? Hang on a second. Oi. Here we go. Right. So, the European Greens, the group of European Green parties in Europe, are calling for Jill Stein to withdraw. The race for the White House is too close for comfort. We call on her to withdraw from the race and endorse Kamala Harris to be President of the United States. So, like, yeah, they're not only are they not affiliated with them, but like they do not like Kamala Harris. Yes. Also, Belgium. I know you're next to the Netherlands, but like, that's just a misspelling of green. Green. Groen. Just put another E there. Green. You're not even trying. You're not even trying. Sag. Very sag. GroenLinks, Netherlands. You fucking people. You people.
Reckoned with, despite being in leftist spaces.
For anyone new here, it's a running joke that the Dutch have a bad language. But that's it. Like, it is only a joke. I love Dutch people. Thank you, Andreas, with the super chat, who says people don't want to vote for the lesser of two evils, but isn't it better to vote for less evil? Well, exactly. Well, that's the calculus, isn't it? And thank you for the super chat. Yeah, the calculus is it depends what focus you put on it, right? So some people view it as an all or nothing thing, that any vote for a candidate is an endorsement of everything they stand for, which of course is, I think, silly. But it's a thing that some people believe. They're all or nothing, black or white thinking, blah, blah, blah. But I think the more useful and worthwhile approach is doing a sort of utilitarian thing, right? Is saying, what's the best thing I can do in this situation? What will bring about the least shit result from this situation? And again, I don't say best result because I don't think there's a good result here. I think if Kamala Harris gets in, it's going to be shit. But the other option is way worse. So the least shit thing you can do is probably to vote for Kamala Harris if you're in a state that vote would matter in. If you live in a very deeply red or deeply blue state, then yeah, whatever. Vote down ballot and write someone in, or don't vote for the presidency at all if you don't want to. Fine, I don't really give a fuck. But yeah, well, that's basically the dichotomy, isn't it? We haven't had a Jizz watch in a while. Well, as Friends Rust, you clearly didn't watch the stream we did with Christy on Tuesday. Presumably because Man City were playing in Europe or something, I imagine. Yeah, we did. I mentioned that we hadn't had a Jizz watch in a while. But again, for new people, there's a Dutch soccer player, and I'll say soccer because it's mainly for Americans' benefit now because it's nearly midnight. I imagine most Europeans are probably in bed, albeit it's the weekend, so maybe not. Anyway, there's a Dutch soccer player called Jizz Hoornkamp. That's not a nickname. That's not a joke or a stage name. That's his actual name. His name is Jizz Hoornkamp. And when I learnt of the existence of this human being and their name, I laughed so hard I shat out several internal organs. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And we have followed the career of Mr. Hoornkamp, or just Jizz to his friends, Still fucking funny. God damn it. Anyway, we followed his career. Unfortunately, his career is shit, largely. And the reason that we haven't had a Jizz Watch this season is because he still hasn't fucking scored this season. So I could come on every week and go, Jizz Watch this week, he came on as a substitute and played 12 minutes and achieved nothing. Like, what's the point? You know? Look, we didn't have one for a lot of last year because he was injured. So, I mean, what? I can't. There's no news. There's literally nothing. He's not playing. Whereas now he's just riding the fucking bench for like a mid-table Eredivisie team. So, like, well, I don't know why. How do I do that? I don't know. Jill Stein is dude to the groon. True, Phil. That's so true. He's got 10 goals in 17 for Heracles, though, so not bad. Yeah, no, he's not necessarily a bad footballer. He's just not had a good start to this season. Kev, do you play football? I used to. I was a very serviceable centre-half, which is a defensive position. Do you have to score to see Jizz? Yes, you do. You are very silly tonight, everybody, and I appreciate it enormously. I think we need a palate cleanser.
My cat
Okay.
Uno took drugs so he could fly across the country. But the drugs made Uno super friendly. So Uno decided he had to say hi to everyone in the airport. You're Uno?
Aww.
That was so cute. And Uno was very popular. The passengers liked Uno.
There's a card game named after you? That's funny.
The employees liked Uno.
Oh my god.
Even other pets liked Uno. Well, maybe a little too much. Before boarding the plane, Uno grabbed a bite to eat and used his portable litter box. And took 1 milliliter of gabapentin so he'd be chill during the flight. Then Uno got into his cat carrier, drooled a little bit due to the gabapentin, which is totally normal, and then we got on the plane. Per FAA regulations, Uno had to be under the seat in front of me. But I ended up putting Uno in my lap once we hit cruising altitude. Because 1, Uno sleeps better in my lap. 2, my neighbor didn't care. 3, me holding Uno means he won't meow and annoy everyone during the flight. And 4, holding Uno made the flight so much more enjoyable. My cat Uno took drugs, so he...
No. Is that even allowed? Apparently. I mean, unless that's AI or something. That definitely appeared to be a cat on her lap on a plane. And I am not sick of these motherfucking cats on this motherfucking plane. I'm not. And you can't make me. Apparently his form dropped when they sold Emil Hansen, so we know who to blame for that. Fucking true. Although it does speak to the economic disparity between English and Dutch football, that a third-tier English team can steal away the best players of a top-tier Dutch team. Pretty mental. He was again shooting blanks on the field. True. Lucas Dawn. Hello there, Lucas Dawn. Thank you, first-time chatterino. You should hit the follow button. You should. It will make you exactly 9% hotter than you were before you hit the follow button. Fact.
That often enable hypercriticism of queer, trans, and especially femme-presenting people. This is something that I want people to understand. At the end of the day, while I am personally amenable to the argument not to vote, I hear you, I understand the perspective. For most queer and trans people like me in my situation, who do identify...
Well, no, we haven't won a World Cup lately, but neither have the Netherlands. That's not the point I was making. It's about economic disparity of the domestic game. Then there's no need, Shadamar. Too soon. Trump's a criminal. Yes, he literally is. He's a criminal piece of shit. Hit the follow button. Kamala is the best Maoist. Also true. Also true. And weird, but true. Thank you.
Identify as leftists. You arguing against them is not going to meaningfully convince them to ignore their interests and not vote. I'm not saying that to be like mean or cruel or talk down. I'm just saying you're just not. At least not where we're at now. Because what do you have? And I ask this earnestly. What do you have to offer right now besides vague performative platitudes in the face of us losing our healthcare? If you could offer us healthcare right now, if you could make a commitment to taking care of us within your community by having the resources available to us if we get sick, so long as...
Oh, football shit now that you lost one game, as Friends Rust. You fucking Man City fans have changed. You used to know what the pain of football was. And now you lose one game in the Premier League and it's the worst thing ever. You've been fucking spoiled with ridiculous success. Man City fans used to be proper and now they're fucking annoying cunt. Come down to the third tier, okay? I'll fucking show you real fucking pain. Jesus Christ. We're playing Sutton United, a fucking non-league amateur team, tomorrow in the first round of the FA Cup. Do not bring your fucking bullshit into this. Football is evil, capitalist bollocks. Well, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Also, hit the fucking follow button. Jesus. You've been asked twice now. Don't make me ask thrice. Kev is always one football comment away from derailing the stream. Well, this is the thing. People know my weaknesses, and they take advantage. They take advantage of my weakness.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
Thank you, F. Series of numbers. I'm just going to call you F. Hello there, F. Thank you for not making me ask thrice. Football was stolen from the working class. That's literally true, yes. Yeah. Correct. It absolutely was, yeah. You a hammer. Me? No, I support Birmingham City Football Club for my many and varied sins.
As we also contribute to the community if we are able, then I guarantee you, so many trans and queer people and women would join you in not voting like that.
Soccer sucks. I mean, firstly, it's called football, Super Tiny Bob. I'm just going to call you that from forever now. And you're gonna make me piss on your leg again, aren't you? Like, you're going to make me actually urinate upon you once more.
But most of you can't. I want you to be able to, but you just can't. Because in most places in this country, we have not built the apparatuses within our communities, like free clinics, for example, to fulfill that need right now.
Were you on the Kick debate? No, well, I've never been on Kick, as far as, well, unless other people were streaming on Kick. But I was briefly on Hippy Dippy last night. Yeah. Birmingham City, Seb Larson the GOAT. Yeah, Seb Larson was amazing. One of the best free kick takers I've ever seen in my life. Fucking superb. Also, good looking boy. Very handsome. Oh, was someone else... okay, was someone else on streaming it to Kick then, I presume? Because I don't use Kick. So if someone else was streaming to that, then fair enough. I can't control how other people stream. I think I've accidentally appeared on Rumble on that basis as well. Even though Rumble's fucking worse. Jesus. Yeah.
To tell a trans person that if Trump gets elected and you lose your health care, we've got you. You just don't. Which is why, by the way, we should be working to build them ASAP. So, given that reality, all getting angry and arguing with trans women, queer people, and women who are voting, who identify within your communities, achieves right now in this moment, when you have nothing tangible besides platitudes of ideology and vague hope for a potential support in a potential future, is make them feel that they aren't safe
True, Mad Cat, true.
or wanted in leftist spaces. When people like me voice our fears and concerns, we sometimes get late.
In terms of Celtic, one of my favourite memories was, because Celtic are essentially my second team, I suppose, for political and historical reasons. I'm so old that I was around during the days of Shinsuke Nakamura, who was a genuinely amazing central midfielder. For Celtic. Anyway, and he scored a goal 1-0. They beat Man United in the Champions League way back. This was back 2007 or something. And so I was the only Celtic fan in a bar full of fake, posh, cunt Man United fans in Cambridge. It was amazing. Just this one drunk idiot screaming and shouting, and all these Man United fans getting increasingly grumpy about the situation. It was fucking brilliant. It was one of the best nights ever. Anyway, you get the idea.
Labeled as horrible people who want to kill Muslims or don't care about them, who uphold colonial violence, who hate people of color, who are seen as selfish, self-centered, or even narcissistic, which those are echoes of common transphobic and homophobic tropes. But setting that conversation on those lines, community against community, erodes the solidarity across those communities. Because that's not what trans people are thinking about when they are voting. They are concerned about it. They are
Oh, that's a shame, Lecker. You should probably go to bed, though, if you've got work. Like, this is so not worth, like, being fucked tomorrow for. Look, I should probably encourage people to watch me rather than to not watch me, but I also care about people, so...
worried about it, but what they are focused on is what they are worried about in their day-to-day lives.
Oh, was it 2006? Even better. Okay. I was even younger and thinner and hotter. Oh, yes. Let's go.
Their healthcare. And this isn't also to say that people expressing this opinion against trans people or queer people or women are overt bigots or hate trans people. It's also not to say that leftists are somehow more likely to be bigoted or uphold systemic issues. Literally the opposite is true. Leftists are less likely than centrists or those on the right to be bigoted. But it does not...
What do I think of Villa? Oh, they're literal scum. They're not even from the city. All of the fucking Villa fans are posh cunts from, like, the fucking suburbs. From Solihull and fucking shithouse places. Wankers.
Not mean that they are incapable of being so, or that...
I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but you get the idea.
That it is uncommon. What I am pointing out is how the state that we have to organize under produces a system that continually makes these harmful narratives.
Good night,
and
Europeans.
can do so even within leftist groups who have not actively deconstructed and openly addressed these issues, leading to pushing trans people, queer people, and many women out of the community for feeling disaffected by it. This is why you will sometimes see queer and trans community members, as well as similar communities who sit at intersections of marginalization yet also privilege, who once identified as leftists, leave leftist organizing. They've learned, because people have taught them by how they are treating them, that they might be nominally accepted by the status quo, but are rejected in leftist spaces. In truth, they certainly won't be more embraced in right-wing circles, nor really truly fully accepted in establishment Democrat spaces that often view trans people as a political liability. But they may also not face the same overt hostility that they've experienced.
Yeah, that's true. Did you see that Chapel Roan got into some trouble? Got into some trouble for saying, like, oh, the mainstream Democratic Party has a problem with transphobia. And it's true. It's absolutely fucking true, man. Like, when asked about this, Kamala Harris was like, oh, we should just follow the law. But that's not the point. Should the law be changed? Should it be improved? Fuck's sake. Should we just carry on with the same fucking nonsense or not? Okay, that's me as Mona Lisa. Love it. I love the fact that the head is obviously not to scale with the rest of the body. So it looks like the neck is as entirely as thick as the head. It's giving me big fucking Thunderfoot tree neck vibes. Interesting little factoid. Did you know that the Mona Lisa wasn't actually completed? That is not finished. It was still in his studio at the time of his death, and so he was literally still working on this piece of art. So we don't know exactly how Da Vinci wanted it to finally look. Which just goes to show you, me never completing a project is good, because I'm just like Leonardo da Vinci.
Get some help.
I should. I really should. Thank you for resubscribing, Elliot. Enjoy your sleep.
Within leftist communities that have been directed at them. And this dynamic, while accelerated during this time, isn't limited to election years. Hinge points like this are constantly generated, creating fractures between marginalized groups within organizing communities. It's why conflicts are stoked between the black community and the LGBTQ community when, say, white trans people co-opt something meant for black people, for example. Or how you see queer communities being set against Muslim communities, or how you see cis women being set against trans women.
Hang on. Anna Kasparian denies Trump's racism at all. I saw her denying that he was a fascist. I saw that, but I didn't see her denying that he was racist at all. Jesus Christ. That's fucking wild.
Women, through turf rhetoric, for example, that tries to infiltrate leftist spaces as well. All these things do, when we don't come at them with understanding people's perspective, is anger and division between communities. And these are things the state actively tries to aggravate when they say things like white LGBT communities are attacking black men like Dave Chappelle does, or when the state argues that leftist communities are inherently anti-Semitic when people try to speak up against Israel's genocide. The state is trying to not just actively vilify our communities from the outside, but generate these fractures from the inside and exacerbate them because they know that they can build upon them because we live in this state. Leftist groups are not some magical utopia who are immune to the reality in the world that they have to organize under. These dynamics are products of privilege and hierarchy that leftists must navigate within our movements as even they attempt to dismantle the system that perpetuates them. And this internalized division is a precise...
What the fuck?
Few weeks, can you see the incentives of how people slide from the left to the right? This sort of denial by the Purity Party. The right is welcoming with open arms. Disaffected Democrats, please come here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do actually. So if you're grounded in your values, and I do think I am, you're not going to be seduced by people who are just nice to you, right? Like, I actually...
Except you literally have been. ...really
respect the fact that the right is welcoming, that they are willing to, you know, forgive past transgressions and say, hey, you know, we will take you in with open arms. Not everyone on the right, but generally speaking, that is what I noticed. Whereas...
Honestly, she's become, I think, my least favourite birthing person. I really think so.
With the left, there seems to be this weird obsession with exclusivity, purity, and purging people who are, you know, heterodox or whatever. And so I've noticed quite a bit of that on the left. But I really do value...
By the way, the right does this as well. It's not true that they're so open and welcoming and blah, blah, blah. The purity spiraling happens on both sides. This is bollocks. This is absolute fucking bollocks. Look at people who go against Trump, for instance. You can be as right-wing as fuck, but if you come out against Trump, you're a rhino, you're a cuck, you're a piece of shit. There'll be accusations that you belong to a certain religious grouping, or that you're behaving on part of that particular religious tribe. Because, of course.
I am as a person, and I just don't think that I'm going to change my political views entirely based on who's mean to me or who's nice to me. But I will say this, I don't know if it's a strategy or if it's just who right-wingers happen to be, but their willingness to welcome people is honestly how you build power.
You're a fucking idiot. Anyway.
Precisely what weakens solidarity and pushes people away from...
I don't want to listen to her. I've got no interest in listening to someone establish their grift. Because that's literally all that's happening. Anna will spend the next 18 months to 2 years establishing her right-wing grift. She's already along the road on that process. Is it Anna or is it Anna? It's one N, so Anna, I suppose, technically. Anyway, she's well along that kind of road. She has a lot more to undo, in a sense. Like, she has a longer path to go down than, say, like Dave Rubin did, or Jimmy Dore or whatever. But, yeah, she's just going to start establishing her grift, and then probably leave the Young Turks, I imagine. I think so. She saw what Tim Pool was paid and said, I want a piece of that. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Financially speaking, she's making the right decision. Just from a purely financial perspective, she is absolutely taking the right course. 100%, yeah. Oh, did someone raid in on the YouTubes? Oh, hello from Helena's stream. Hello, No Justice people on YouTube. You should hit the follow button if you're on the YouTubes. I don't get a notification telling me, though, that that's the case. But you can hit the follow button or subscribe. You can become a member for 99 pence. You can do super chats. Hello there, everybody. How was No Justice's stream? What did you talk about? I presume Kemi Bad Enoch came up. I covered that earlier. Probably not as well as No Justice did, but I did cover it. Yeah, so look, fuck Anna Kasparian. I don't care what she has to say. Because it's so obvious what she's doing. It's so nakedly obvious what she's up to. And yet, we have to go through the process of, like, pretending she's totally not doing that. Fuck off, man. Yeah, she is.
Leftist movements. And if you want to explore this dynamic in further depth, I highly recommend Arik McBay's concept of the culture of the feet, or you can check out a great summary video on the concept by the wonderful aforementioned Anarch. Now, to be very fair here, there are other factors at play here too. It's not just this type of infighting that I described that causes people to leave leftist movements. Some people leave the left to grift, profiting from an I left...
I promise you, I have not pre-watched this. I didn't know she was going to play exactly the same thing we just saw.
The left media narrative. Some others have deeply internalized self-hate and are willing to acquiesce.
Oh yeah, Cenk was up in arms because Sam Cedar suggested that Anna Kasparian was grifting. Cenk Uygur is a piece of shit union buster. Fuck that guy.
To the status quo because they hate themselves, because of their marginalized status. Others who are already wealthy are more willing to align with their class interests over their marginalized status, accepting a nominal, precarious place at the table. This is why, for example, why you'll see certain figures in marginalized communities labeling leftists as freaks who supposedly want to destroy healthcare and think that marginalized people should just assimilate to be normal.
Buck Angel is honestly one of the worst people in the world. For reals.
These are your pick-me's, like...
Blair White, again, ditto.
Blair White, Caitlyn Jenner, or Buck Angel within the trans community. And I'm sure, any community can pick their own pick-me's. Believe me, there's more I could mention within the trans community, but I'm not, because I'm not trying to make a drama video. Ultimately, here's how I see it. If I'm going to have the privilege of having better...
Well, Cenk is being besieged on all sides because he's fucking shit. Because he's a shit person. Yeah, Rohak, you are definitely going to get blocked for that, but it is also... It is also funny. Yep. Yep. That gets a cheeky little retweet, I reckon. Boom shakalaka.
Conditions under Kamala. And my vote for Kamala wouldn't harm others. Then I should vote for her. To support myself and others in my community like me gaining those better conditions. Or at least preserving those conditions. I guess I'm not really gaining anything. In fact, I'll probably still slide worse under Kamala. But if I do get those conditions. I should use that privilege then to fight for those in my community who are in greater danger, as well as other groups who are under threat, like Palestinians.
Yeah, Madcat, I'm more than happy to stream with you. Yeah. It'd probably best to wait till after the American election, because I've got like stuff to like prepare and do and all of that. So like, it'll have to be probably next week or later next week, I imagine. So, but yeah, no, I'm more than happy to.
I will have more energy to fight that fight under Kamala than under Trump, who will gut my health care. If I have to fight just to survive, I will not have the time or capacity to fight as effectively for others. Having privilege does not mean I shouldn't use it or recognize it. What it means is I should leverage it for leftist causes. And that is my genuine intention. That being said, I know some of you won't believe that. I know the opinions out there about me in certain segments of the internet, that I'm fake or pro-genocide or just a liberal grifter trying to make money.
I am annoyed by the cat thing. I have to say that was quite a significant red flag. For those that don't know, she told a story once where she got really angry and she threw her cat across the room. That's concerning. There's some big red flags going on there. Not ideal. Kev, do you want to see my cat? Of course I want to see your cat. There's never a bad time for cats. Like, there's never a time where I'm like, no, I don't want to see your cat right now. I obviously do.
And I get that some of that, in fact, probably a large part of that, is due to systemic transphobia or misogyny, or bad actors spreading misinformation, or a combination of both. But I also recognize that it also stems from some of my own imperfections, mistakes I've made as someone with privilege who is still learning. But I do earnestly say, my goal is not to say, fuck you, got mine, and abandon everybody. And I understand some people are wary of that trust me bro plea, especially given how many white folks ultimately side with their whiteness when things get tough. All I can say is that I hope...
You can say your cat is spectacular, as Friends Rust, but Pixar, it didn't fucking happen. Don't test me.
To those of you who have been watching me for a long time, can see that I've tried to stand by in solidarity, even when it comes at my own expense. And that when I've messed up, I have always tried to do better and to aim to create solidarity built on strong foundations of understanding and empathy. For those of you who don't believe me, all I can do is try to continue to show you my intentions through my actions. And all I ask is that you build your opinions of me based on my words and actions on their own terms, not how someone else simplifies and describes them to you who may have their own agenda. I doubt I'll ever fully get that full good faith reading from everyone, but I do try my best to give it in return, as I hope this video is at least demonstrating. And even beyond...
Okay, look, you said you were sending me pictures of a cat. That is clearly a ginger cloud with a face. That is not a cat. It doesn't have arms or legs. It's just a ginger cloud with a face. What is this? It is also adorable, and I need you to inform this animal that I would avenge its death. If its enemies ever catch up with it for its obvious and varied crimes, I will avenge its death, okay? And this one. Boom. Legend. Fucking legend. Look at that cat. I would trample over a dozen human beings to pet that cat. I'm just saying. What is this? He looks stoned as fuck in this one. Which I'm also here for. Again, as with everything though, handle your high, okay? Handle your high, cats. Good night, Seamstress. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy whatever it is you're up to. Those are 3 awesome cats, Elliot. I can't believe you've been hiding these amazing creatures from us. You posted your cat in the general chat. Well, can you give me a link to that? 3-legged pupper dreaming. Fuck yes.
my unimportant ass to get beyond myself here. I know there are tons of amazing trans and queer activists who work within their communities to improve the lives of so many both within and outside the LGBTQ world. And they deserve to think about their own healthcare too. Hell, trans and queer people who do nothing but just want to live deserve to think about their own healthcare too.
True. You answer my question about getting a pet. No, did you have a question? I haven't seen a question if you did post one. Would you ride a steamroller, Kev? If I was, yeah, I mean, I guess. I'm not ethically against riding a steamroller, but it's a very weird question. I don't work in construction, so I don't know why I would necessarily need to do that. Oh my god, that is, honestly. Know this, chat. I would sell all of you to the devil to protect this animal. I'm just saying it right now. I would sell all of you, your eternal souls, for the happiness of this creature. Just let that sink in, okay? I'm not taking it back. It's out there for the world to see. Fact. Are you on TikTok? If not, why? I am on TikTok. I just don't post there very often. But I am on TikTok. I think the last thing I posted was a video of my next door neighbour's chickens, who are all dead now. It's just a bit grim, but there you go. Oh, absolute fucking king/queen/queen shit. Love it. Again, it does not seem to have any kind of extremities. It doesn't have any arms or legs or anything. It's a ball of cat. It is a loaf. It is a burned loaf of bread, is what that is. Love it. Did the fox get them? No, some sort of avian disease thing did. And I had to talk their father, because the next door neighbour, they got kids. And actually there are grandkids as well now. And they got the chickens as like a thing for like teaching them responsibility and stuff. And he said also it'll like teach them about death when they die and all of that. Because it's easier to like explain that using chickens rather than like their grandparents or something. So, you know, it's a good tactic really. But I did have to convince their father not to cook the chickens and eat them. Which he initially wanted to do. Yeah. That wouldn't. I honestly don't think you could ever afford enough therapy that those kids would need if you ate their fucking chickens. Like, yes. Oh, we're back to doing cats and stuff. Love it. Okay, what's this? Three-legged popper, something. Oh, I can't download the. Oh, fuck's sake. Hang on, opening a new tab. No, I don't want to do that. I don't know why it won't let me open the thing. Phenomenal lass. That link isn't working. Check out this legend. Oh, fuck yes. Look at him lying around like he pays bills. Motherfucker's just like, I own this place. Look at this shit. This is all mine. Fuck you. Oh. No. This is a different cat now. We're back to the previous cat. But all of these cats, I am at your service, okay? 100%. Hey Kev, are orange cats particularly nasty, or is that just slander? No, orange cats are lovely. Orange cats are awesome. Oh, Popper! Fuck yes. Who doesn't love a Popper? Look at that creature. Majestic. Fucking-jestic. New Zealand Greens?
Want to know more?
Want to know more about the Green Party? Not especially. But thank you. We're mainly doing cat and dog related pictures right now. Oh, fuck yes. Absolutely. Look at that. That is an animal that knows it is the fucking shit. That animal's like, yeah, I'm fucking awesome. And I know I'm awesome. You don't need to tell me I'm a good boy. I fucking know. Absolute legend. Love it. Anyway. When I was a kid, my dad brought a rooster and a rabbit that he pretended was our pet when I was like 6, and then they ran away and he ate them. It turned out... Oh, no! He made you eat them, but without you knowing that you were eating them. I used AI to give my cat a hat. Well, that's beautiful. Ah. Oh, there's things going on.
Like the mountain in the rain, it's a real blame on the rain situation. Team building? You really think other people are gonna help you get what you want in life? You probably got in the video. Take it from a hermit. Teams are dumb. Feels like it's almost.
Absolute fucking epic shit. This is what we need. Do you have a Discord for cat pics where I can submit my entry into the best kitter? Well, firstly, it's not a competition. All of these animals are of equal brilliance and magnificence. And yes, if you go to my Discord and scroll down to the good place, and then underneath that, in that section, there's cats and such, which you can post things. There you go. Feed me face. Feed me. Oh, feed me face. Oh, okay. I see what you've done there. I see what you've done. Boom. I'm feeling the cat and dog related picture stuff. See, this is the kind of stream I want to do. Just looking at awesome pictures of awesome animals and that. That's the what more do you need in life? It's beautiful.
They deserve to think about taking care of themselves, especially if they're doing so they continue to do work to help others. Leftist movements, whether they be socialist, anarchist, communist, or what have you, should all aim to understand and address people's needs in ways that foster coexistence, not conflict. If your goal is to just attack someone who disagrees with you within your own movement, rather than trying to understand their perspective and maybe draw them to your own if you believe that it is harmful, then you're ultimately not doing yourself a service in the long run anyways. To be able to build these lines of solidarity requires material analysis, not knee-jerk responses based on identity labels that make people easier to dehumanize. These lines and labels are colonial tactics designed to make identities consumable, simplistic, and disposable, while also setting us against each other. We should also use as much of our time as possible to build systems of mutual self-aid and support within our communities. That way, when I, as a...
Is there a... Oh, I can get a Discord link. Yeah, hang on. How do I invite people or something? Invite people. Server. There you go. Hang on a second. I can post that in the old chat there. 1 second. Boom. You can join the Discord and do things. I occasionally post on there, and I occasionally update people on the streams. If I remember, which I don't always. Just saying. Yeah.
A trans person lose access to my health care, I won't have to fear for my life or well-being because my community will be there when the state fails me. And then I will be more willing to fight alongside you. Not to say that I'm not willing to do that anyways, but I'm just speaking as like a general trans person. And those who have the privilege to act more freely within the state should use every tool at their disposal to make this happen or to help other marginalized communities, even if it means stealing from the state or conversely engaging with it when necessary. When the state does collapse, and to my mind it will because this type of capitalist neoliberal system is clearly burning itself to the ground right now, we will need strong support networks and coalitions across communities
That's
or aligned
beautiful,
groups
Jess.
fighting alongside each other. We must be prepared to resist when the state inevitably becomes militantly violent in its attempt to maintain power, because it will not just give it away. There will be violence at some point. But we should not be eagerly seeking
Wow, this went to places, this video, didn't it?
violent revolution either. Instead, we should take the time to build for as long as possible while also trying to help as many people as
Can I just say as well, like, I don't hate people who talk about revolution, because I think revolution is like a thing that has happened throughout human history and will continue to. So talking about it or being prepared for it, whatever, fine. I'm not ragging on people. But I think it is amusing to me that the very same people who are too fucking lazy to even bother getting out and vote, they talk about it like it's this big imposition on them. It's this big, like, oh god, I've got to go and put an X in a box and all this, like. But then they want you to believe that they are like prepared to do revolution. No, you aren't. You aren't prepared for like the mild output of energy that it takes to engage in basic democratic civic, action. You're not going to man the fucking barricades either. You're going to have a perfectly natural human response, which is to shit yourself and sit in the corner crying and being like, I'm very scared, there are guns going off very near to me, I don't like this. Perfectly natural human response. I'm not dissing anyone who responds that way. It's an extreme situation, and extreme response is often the reply to that. But like, you LARPing as a revolutionary is pretty fucking annoying, so stop.
as possible who are in dire need, sometimes in ways that are themselves violent. But violent revolution.
Yeah, you can be a mod if you want. Madcat, you're a long time person, yeah.
Which I define as trying to completely dismantle and change the state that we live within, without having a clear vision of what we're trying to create, an awareness of the hierarchical tendencies that we've internalized, a structure to wage that fight within, and a framework to build upon once we win that fight, will only lead us to either fail or to recreate the same dynamics that we're trying to dismantle. And I want to be clear here. What I am not saying is that I am against military actions against colonial states. I believe that militant actions and sometimes violent actions are necessary, especially in the face of a state enacting its own active militant or genocidal violence. And I'm also never against acts of sabotage against the state. What I am against is seeking out a bloody violent...
For legal reasons, I have to say I am against that. Disavow. I disavow violent acts against the state. Honest. That cat's awesome too. That cat's gone full Sphinx mode. With the paws out the front there like that. That's pulling some like ancient Egyptian shit. That's him communing with the ancestors, you know?
Revolution without proper planning to do so, especially against a still organized and powerful military like the United States. By the way, again, I would highly recommend this video by Anarch. He's freaking great. You should just go watch Anarch a lot of the time. About this exact idea. And what I'm especially against, even more so than any of this, is those who yell at people online about how they're awful for not seeking revolution right now while doing nothing themselves to actually help facilitate it or help their communities.
Oh, no, I'm not saying...
To those of you who...
I'm not saying all of those people I describe are doing it for lazy reasons. I'm saying there are lots of them who are, though. If that makes sense. Hopefully that... Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think I made myself relatively clear, but whatever, like... Yeah.
Commented on my videos or talked about me in other places on the internet about how I support genocide because I'm voting for Kamala, or to those of you who've done this to others voting for Kamala, I want to ask an earnest question. What does yelling at trans women, queer people, or women online that they support genocide when they stated that they do care about Gaza but just want to think about their health care actually gain you? I'm asking this sincerely, not to belittle you, but to just challenge the effectiveness of this approach. What does it achieve, aside from potentially alienating the very people you claim to protect? What does this sense of antagonism gain you, other than a fleeting sense of feeling more righteous than someone else because you didn't have to get your hands dirty? In fact, in the words of my friend Council of Geeks when she was talking about a different topic, but one that's related,
don't be an asshole. And I know that sounds oversimplified, but like, I mean it emphatically. Because the truth is, you know when you're being an asshole. You do. You do. But the thing is, there will be circumstances under which you have convinced yourself, oh, but it's okay because. And the most common one is, it's
Hang on.
okay.
Are you suggesting I'm a revolutionary LARPer? Because, like, I'm literally not that. What? What revolution am I LARPing about? Exactly. I'd like to hear that. Oh, that cat has tasted human blood, and it wants more. That cat has gone full, like, vampire mode. It wants to eat you. Wayward. And it will succeed. In this life or the next, it will.
Because this is a bad person who deserves it.
to all of you who I've been talking to here, I want to be clear, fundamentally, I don't disagree with you. Some of you may have slotted me into the category.
Oh, the YouTuber I'm watching is LARPing. Oh, okay. A little bit, I guess, yeah. I have mixed feelings towards Jessie. She's interesting. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, she is interesting, but, like, there are good bits and bad bits.
Category in your mind of white liberal sellout who's indifferent to genocide and willing to throw Palestinians under the bus for the next sweet estrogen pill or the safety of making YouTube videos. But that's not who I am. It's a simplified version of me. One that's easier to confront than empathizing with my actual material conditions as a trans woman and the realities that I have to navigate to take care of myself and my family. Certainly, I seek stability as anyone else does, and my life in this system does, at times, come at direct expense.
To be fair, I am LARPing about the Kevolution. That is true. That is true.
Others, because capitalist forces that dynamic upon people.
And you can LARP too for just $5.99 a month, or 99 pence on YouTube, or you can do super chats, or bits messages. These are ways you can LARP as part of the Kevolution.
There's no ethical consumption or engaging with capitalism. But I do try my best to navigate it with the least harm.
Cats eating people is the only ethical consumption under capitalism. Fact.
That I can, albeit imperfectly, a lot of the time. But this grandstanding does nothing to alleviate suffering. And when you do it to others that are similar to me on a smaller scale, because I'm a public figure of some level of notoriety.
True, Elliot, true.
Just works to erode solidarity in ways that benefit Israel and American governments. And it's just so far removed from the history and realities of the situation. And indeed, your choice to abstain and then target trans people is not value neutral. The problem is that we often treat political projects as a war, because that's the language colonialism has given us.
Yes, Jazz, yes.
Rather than seeing it as an act of building through adversity. As the recent Zoe B pointed out in her fantastic video that y'all should watch as a follow-up to this one, when you start looking at things through the lens of war and battle, well, you become a hammer, and everything else becomes a nail, even those you're supposedly protecting if they don't fully agree with you. Yes, to be clear, we do have to fight. Then there are plenty of Nazis, TERFs, fascist cops, but I repeat myself, to stand up against and beat.
To be fair, ACAB is always the universal. Does anyone like police officers? Is there a single actual human who likes police? I don't think even the police like police. Oh, but they're not really people, so.
But the goal isn't fighting them. The goal is to build solidarity and community that supports one another, not at each other's expense, as imperialism would say is just common sense or necessary. We should be trying to convince and entice people that following a socialist, communist, anarchist, what have you perspective is in their best interest. And doing that by showing them what it's like when we actually create the apparatuses for those systems to thrive within. Systems of self-aid within our community. Seriously, I've been saying it over and over again. Go work to build a free school or free clinic in your community. Find groups in your area that do give mutual self-aid. Start or support a union. These are things that will entice people in your community to your cause and will enable you to then start a conversation about these more philosophical ideals, because you're showing them and giving them material benefits that the state that has been feeding them their own propaganda their entire lives does not provide.
You're a police officer. Is that literally true? Cool G Raps flat cap. Because if so, you might not like my channel that much. I mean, I would say sorry, but it would be entirely disingenuous, so I won't say it. I'll just say you might not have a great time here. Just saying. The murderer of Breonna Taylor was found guilty. Sentencing is next month. The sentence goes up to life in prison. Well, that's something. I've taken down the details of everyone in chat. Oh, I suggest... Oh, well, I'm sensing that you might not be serious about being a police officer then. Because a police officer would never actually be diligent and do their job properly. What are you talking about? Found guilty yesterday. Well, that's genuinely positive. Unfortunately, it happens all too rarely. And again, on this issue, as bad as Kamala would be, Trump would be worse, because he literally thinks that police should just have immunity completely and should just be able to kill people at will. So, like, it literally is just way worse on every conceivable topic. Kev, my brother wants to work in the police, and it's so annoying. Like, what do I do? Well, never tell him anything that might be used against you in a court of law. Other than that, I don't think you've got, like, you can't kidnap him and, like, keep him from doing it. Well, not legally. So, just make him feel really bad for his life choices until he stops.
This is something that yelling at everyone and sitting in your comfortable communities feeling superior to everyone else will not do, as nice as it feels. And this is a recurring theme in many of my videos: solidarity over division. And achieving that takes work. Active, hard work, built on empathy and introspection. Yet it's also where I face the most backlash, because trying to understand a perspective is often seen as agreeing with it. I've been criticized when I say I understand why some cisgender white women fall into TERF radicalization pipelines, and spent time trying to articulate that. Or when I said Jewish people who still have unaddressed ties to Zionism might perceive anti-Semitism in leftist spaces and therefore double down on their Zionist beliefs. I've been called a TERF sympathizer or Zionist for that. And let me be very clear.
I don't think you're either a sympathizer or a TERF for that. I do think you're... this is going to sound horrible, but, like, you're weak. You're a weak person. It just sounds so horrible, like I'm bullying or something. Like, I'm trying not to be, like, super rude about it, but I don't know how else to look at this, but, like, genuinely kind of spineless weakness. It's just weakness. Yeah, I'm sorry. I really don't want to be like a piece of shit about that, but it's pathetic. Ableism? What? How is it? Are you suggesting I'm doing ableism or that they're doing ableism? Because I don't see how either of us are doing ableism. Did disability even come up in the conversation, Mr. Satnav? I'm genuinely curious as to what the fuck you mean by that. Yeah. Solidarity over division, really. Yeah, she did back people calling Shark 30 a house N-word. Yes. Yeah. She does do division, yeah. One of my former trot friends shuffled off this mortal coil. He was 72. By my reckoning, there's less than 50 trots in Glasgow now. Well, firstly, condolences to your friend and to you for that. That's a shame. But yeah, trots are weird. Yeah, they are capable, not you. Them. It's a baseline point where she is able to self-actualize above others. Oh, I don't think she's doing that. No, I don't think she's being ableist at all. No. I just think she's just, like I say, just kind of weak. And the left, if it takes this kind of approach, will never achieve anything. This is the problem, right? Ultimately, you can be weak. You can be exactly the person you are or want to be, and if that includes the attitude that she's expressing here, that's fine. But ultimately, if the left takes that approach en masse, we will achieve nothing. We will be forever in the wilderness, achieving absolutely jack shit. And I'm fucking sick of the left not punching beneath its weight. Do you know what I mean? We've been doing that for too fucking long.
Here, fuck Zionism as an ideology. It's an ethno-state nationalist movement built on the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, currently leading to a violent genocide that relies on territorial expansion and aggression. But I am not saying we should agree with Zionists.
Hang on, we'll go back, because I want people to hear, like, there's a lot of passion there and it's good, and then the word "but" comes out, and honestly a shiver went up my spine, because you know what's coming.
Ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, currently leading to a violent genocide that relies on territorial expansion and aggression. But I am not saying we should agree with Zionists.
Aren't you? What are you saying then? Because, like, does seem a bit, yeah, like I'm just saying the red flags are, like, you know, the alarms are going off. My bullshit spidey sense is tingling like fuck.
Or Zionism, or TERFs for that matter, or acquiesce to them, or that they're right in any level. Instead, what I am asking is, how can we, as leftists, provide an alternative structure that guides people away from colonialism and white supremacy over time? How do we cultivate a new leftist consciousness? We do it by understanding the conditions these people live within, and why ideologies like Zionism, gender-critical feminism, or the American...
I'm sorry, when they pronounce it that way, ideology, it's just, I hear Slavoj Žižek. Ideology, sniff. The trash can of ideology, sniff.
Governmental colonial system are so enticing to certain people that live within them. We should not be seeking to blame everyday people who fall into these ideologies, even while we must, to be very clear, actively fight those who violently, through physical or systemic means, enforce these ideologies. But find ways to help these everyday folks break out of these ideologies by demonstrating how our movements can benefit their lives in tangible ways, without coming at the expense of other groups' lives, labor, or resources. To do this requires empathy and introspection just as much as a desire to fight and step up. You don't get to save everyone at once, as much as I wish we could. Leftist spaces often struggle to confront their own dynamics, preferring to believe they're immune to replicating hierarchical structures simply because they understand that transphobia, misogyny, anti-Semitism, racism, or Islamophobia or other bigotries exist. But some groups often overlook how these issues...
I don't think she's quite saying hug a Nazi, but, like, she's a lot closer to that kind of rhetoric than I am entirely comfortable with, I'll be sure. Now, we should obviously... we should allow for people to be able to reform, for people to get better, to improve, to not be TERFs, Zionists, fascists, etc. But she seems to think like it's not really that much of a failing by the person if they do that. Let's not be too judgmental. Like, no, actually, I'm going to be fucking judgmental. Because these people are bad. Now, I want them to get better, and I will happily try and help them get better. But they have to want to get better. We have to create a culture that allows for them to get better. But they have to want that. They have to actually seek out that change themselves and improve themselves. I can't make them not be a fascist anymore. I can fight back against their malign, cancerous fucking influence, though. And if that involves having to be mean to them, I'll be mean to them. Yeah.
Manifest in subtler, systemic ways that can be replicated in microcosm if we don't look at them directly. And not just in forms of overt hatred like I hate Jews, I hate Arabs, I hate trans people, or I hate women. And if you can't recognize that, if you can't do the introspection to recognize when maybe you uphold that or believe that it might be possible within your groups to create systems that systemically reinforce it, then your political projects will be doomed to remain entirely ideological and insular.
Okay. I mean, considering some of the purity testing bullshit that she and her clique, apologies if she is not the correct pronoun, I'm not sure, that Jessie and her clique of friends have engaged in, it's always very funny to see her be like, we need to have a broad church approach. We need to be welcoming to people we disagree with, etc., etc. Meanwhile, she's happy to support, we mentioned earlier the House N-word discussion that she was at least tangentially a part of, which is pretty grotesque. Someone had a mild disagreement and there were a House N-word now? But we need to be welcoming to TERFs? Say fucking what now?
I've seen so many groups break apart because they refuse to look at their own biases while demanding complete perceived purity from their members, especially those who live in marginalized communities who cannot keep things so simple. If our goal is to dismantle...
Mr. Satnav, I will contend your point there. We didn't defeat the Nazis in 1945. We defeated Nazi Germany, the state. We took it over. But we didn't imprison nearly enough of them, and we didn't execute nearly enough of them. They were not made to feel the force of humanity's rage, to the point where literally former Nazis became leaders of both East and West Germany, largely West Germany to be fair. The Soviets were more exacting upon their particular Nazis they had under their control, but in both places, Nazis were high-ranking members of civic and political life. So we didn't defeat Nazism, unfortunately. We could have done. Fucking should have done. But we didn't.
Oppressive structures, we must stop playing by their rules or thinking with their mindsets. We need to build new systems that actively challenge colonial thinking rather than perpetuating it within our own movements. Solidarity within leftist groups, even when strategies conflict, should be grounded in empathy and a recognition of our shared struggle, because not everyone is going to...
Yep, they did. Loads of Nazis ended up in NATO. They ended up setting up the Bundeswehr, the German army, the original West German army. They were heads of police forces, local civic organisations. Of course, someone mentioned Operation Paperclip. Werner von Braun was a war criminal. He was guilty of the murder of slave labour, as well, of course, as the intentional shelling of civilian areas in Britain. He was a fucking war criminal. And the US took him there because they wanted to set up rocket stuff for, NASA. And there's no doubt he was very good at that. He's literally the person who can, I think, claim, realistically, to have created the first man-made machine to ever enter space. Which he technically did under the Nazis. He sent one of his V2 rockets straight up. Instead of sending it out of, over to bomb Britain or whatever. He sent it straight up into the atmosphere. And it technically broke into what we consider past the barrier of space. So you can argue the rights and wrongs of all of that, but personally I think he should have been executed because he's a fucking war criminal. But US hegemony gonna US hegemony, I guess.
to go about that struggle in the same way. It is complex, multifaceted, and often uncomfortable work. We must engage with each other in ways that foster real, material change.
I agree with you, Miss Hire. People should fund me and No Justice MTJ. They should do that.
Not just performative opposition. That's where I'm ending here, but I did want to quickly address the liberals that I promised to talk to earlier. This is going to be very brief, but I'm voting for Kamala. If you've seen the video, you understand my reasoning. So the question I have to ask you is, why are you attacking me? Earnestly. That's an earnest question. I understand that you are afraid that voicing critiques against Kamala might disincentivize people from voting for her and risk a Trump victory, which is terrifying. It's an understandable fear. I feel it too. But consider a few things. Consider that my voice might actually resonate with leftists. Even if I'm not shouting, "Yay, Kamala is great, just ignore everything that we hate," I am asking people to vote. What more do you want from me? Because that uncritical enthusiasm or asking me to shut up about my concerns is not something that I can provide you.
And not just that, but wouldn't work for leftists. I talked earlier about Kamala Harris just going, "I'm speaking. Actually, I'm speaking." And doing her weird Karen bit when, like, anti-genocide protesters make a bit of noise. Like, that's not gonna pull anyone over. It's cringe and bad. And just doing the stupid, like, ignore all the bad stuff, that's not going to work for leftists in the slightest. Like, it's just fucking not. I'm voting Rory Katz and Christie in 2024. That makes sense. Rory Katz is dope. And you can become a member and get the you can subscribe to my Twitch and get the Rory Katz emotes. There are wigglers and all sorts. Yeah, according to NASA. But you can't trust NASA. It's run by communists. Hey Kev, haven't seen you around lately. Well, I've been around. I've been streaming. Hello there, Sister Rose. Everyone go and follow Sister Rose. Fucking awesome.
Your energy is better spent elsewhere. Maybe use that energy that you would have spent worrying over me instead on groups in your local community who you can help. The next thing I would ask you to consider is that if you truly believe in reform and the potential for the system to work and be fixed, then you should understand that Kamala's job is to listen to her constituents to understand how to do that reform, how to fix the system. I have every right to argue for what my needs are, as well as alongside those in my community for our needs together.
A lot of people have expressed...
It is not my job to stay silent so she can't hear my critiques that could lead to change. It is her job...
Hello there, NYC guy. I presume that's New York City. Which, if you haven't watched What We Do in the Shadows, you should. It's a great show. Did you see Richard Spencer endorsed Kamala? What's all that about? He did, and actually he endorsed Joe Biden 4 years ago as well. I don't know with that guy. Like, I think he's still a Nazi, and he's, a domestic abuser, and terms of service prevent me from saying the thing I want to say, so I'll just say the word trebuchet. Anyway, it's difficult to know with him exactly what underhand game he's playing, because there's no way he actually thinks that, like, Kamala Harris is super awesome. There's definitely no way he thinks that. So I don't know what his long-term game is, whether it's some sort of, like, liberalism won't solve the problem and so it makes fascism more likely in the future. A kind of right-wing version of accelerationism, if you will. Yeah, I think that might be what's going on there. It's certainly the only piece of vaguely logical thinking that I think can be applied to it that makes, like, any sense. I think, anyway. Or he could just be like a weirdo. I don't know. He could have personal beef with Trump and he's taking it out on him. Who knows?
Job to listen. So if she ignores my fears, then it becomes pretty clear she's not interested in trying to represent me as an American citizen. That's not my fault. It's hers. And so I leave you with these questions to explore on your own time. What does that tell you about her commitment to trans people? And what does it tell you about...
She doesn't have commitment to trans people. She honestly doesn't. She's still way better than Trump on this issue, of course. I don't think she hates trans people. I just don't think she has any real commitment to it. And if it came down to it, she would throw trans people under the bus to get elected or whatever. Like, she wouldn't care. I don't think she actively hates them. And I think in her heart of hearts would probably like to be more pro-trans than she's sort of allowing herself to be right now. But that doesn't change the fact that politically speaking, she's like a liberal sellout, and liberal sellouts tend to sell people out, don't they? You know?
but our so-called representational democracy? I think answering both those questions earnestly may lead to larger questions that I think we both want answers to.
Fair enough. That actually wasn't as dreadful a video as I was thinking it might be. I honestly, and by the way, we're done for the night, so if you don't want to hang around, that's fine. But I don't think it was, I don't think it was terrible. She made some good points. I think she addressed various different people. There was some weak shit in there, which I didn't like. I mean, there was some like fluffy lib nonsense that I wasn't appreciative of, but yeah. Hey, hello, No Justice MTG. How the fuck are you? Everyone go and follow Helena immediately. Did you see the salsa poll, Kev? I did indeed. The Labour Party are fucked. Basically, yeah. Google the 12 principles of permaculture and have a look at the basics. What? No, I won't do that. No. Yeah, I'm basically done for the night. No Justice, whilst you're in chat, do you want to do Laura K tomorrow? Or I suppose technically today, because it's 1 in the fucking morning. You don't have to answer now. You can slide into the DMs or whatever. No, I don't think Kamala Harris is necessarily massively pro-trans, but like, she's oh no, hang on. No, Joanne Salsa is an Iowan pollster who got every election within 2 points. She's predicting Kamala +3 in Iowa. In Iowa? Wow, that's a bit mental. Okay. No, I thought you were talking about the poll that had the Tories in the lead in Britain, which is fucking weird. But no, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm down for LK. Okay, cool. We'll set some up then. So yeah, join me and No Justice tomorrow for Laura Koonsberg on the Sundays. Let's see who's going on Twitch. No, on Twitch. No, fuck's sake, Kev. YouTube. Who is going? Oh God, there is a paucity of situations going on here. Hang on, edit video. That's what I need to do. God, I'm so shit at this. Customization. Redirect. Add. Boom. I am going to send everyone over to President Sunday. Everyone go and say hello to President Sunday on YouTube. Peace out, mother flippers. And on Twitter, Rhizome is stuck in a permanent cat break. What do you mean? Shall I go over to Rhizome? Fuck it, yeah, we'll do that. I don't give a fuck. Rhizome is good, peeps. What the fuck is a rhiziome? As a famous person once said. Oh yeah, no, they are doing a cat thing. Oh, we'll go and enjoy cat-related content on Rhizome's channel. I'll be back tomorrow. Again, probably reasonably late. That tends to be how it goes on the Sundays. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG. Everyone go and follow Hannah Reloaded, who raided in. Everyone go and follow Sister Rose. And everyone stay awesome. Free Palestine. No pass around.